two, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2, 1 2. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. 1 2, 1 2. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. Check 1. Whoop. Check 1 2. 1 2, 1 2.
Good morning. It is 9 a.m. and I should have given Matt a heads up that I was about to do this because it's what he told me to do and I'm still not awake. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Lewisville City Council retreat. We have up this morning, first thing is a review of our Northern Gateway, the east section, as well as a introduction of our selected developer consultant for that event. So I like the blue and yellow. I think that's I know this was done way before, but I still like it. So if you all want to, Marichelle and Stacy, if you want to take us out Friday morning.
All right, Mayor, City Council, Park fans, we want to just give you a little bit of an update of where we've been with the Northern Gateway since we last met, and Marichelle's going to help me get through that. We'll start off with just a quick little review of where we were last year. If you'll remember, during the last City Council retreat, we talked a little bit about what the terms of our lease are for Lake Park, and talking about what our out-grant management policy requirements and some of the challenges that's presented us with the marina and things that we need to update out there. We also kind of gave you a status of where we were at the Lake Park master plan for the day use and RV campground, if you'll remember, and kind of talking about maybe we should put that a little bit on hold until we figure out how we're going to move forward with the marina. And we also talked about those subleases out there, which is not only the Eagle Point Marina and the subleases like Sneaky Pete's and Just for Fun, but also the fishing barge and the golf course, about how we partner with people to help us provide services at Lake Park. And one of the things that we got direction on was moving forward with an RFQ to identify a developer to help us with redevelopment out there, and exploring the extension of TERS 4 to include the Lake Park district so we could realize and use some of that funding for improvements. And then getting some direction on whether we were willing to consider movement of programmatic areas within Lake Park between the day use and RV campground area and the marina side of things, to say, like, well, maybe there's some things that should switch sides so that we could create better connectivity out there. So since the retreat in 2021, a couple of things have happened. With the Lewisville fishing barge, we were starting to say, you know, there might be some redevelopment needs there, some significant infrastructure, and should we treat them the same as we have the Eagle Point Marina? And so on, in October, we hand-delivered them a letter letting them know that they would, the fishing barge would be included in that competitive bid process to identify a developer and operator, and that the current owners were welcome to participate in that bid process. And then about a month later, we were on our annual inspection with the Corps of Engineers, and we noticed some significant changes in the facility since we had last done a formal inspection out there. There were some structural and electrical issues, and we actually issued them an order to evacuate the building because we felt that it was unsafe. Their immediate appeals for that order to shut down were denied, and we've been working with the operators to try to get a better understanding of what the requirements are for improving the building and help them get there. And we've been going back and forth with them. The building and facility remains closed until those electrical and structural issues are resolved, and I know that Chris McGinn and his team have been working with them on that. So then, remember, we had that Lake Park master plan update, and it took us a while to get the RFQ out to identify the developer, but we sold bonds in the tune of $7.7 million for the RV campground and day use side in June. And we had that concept plan going, you know, still kind of refining it, but waiting to see what was going to happen with the marina developer. And then the fishing barge thing came into it, and we started looking at, like, oh man, we're having these delays with the with getting through the RFQ process. We got the fishing barge thing, so we said let's bring that concept to City Council in October, because one, we have the bonds out there, but we're also looking at some critical path issues with shoreline erosion out there because of recent floods, and needing to identify those quicker than we were moving. So at that workshop, y'all gave us the thumbs up for to refine the concept plan that as we presented. that we needed to go ahead and issue that RFP to identify the marina and fishing, the developer to help us with the fishing barge too, and that we needed to go ahead and start working with the Corps for approval of the plan for the renewal of the lease, because remember, the lease is coming up in 2025, and we need to start working towards that and getting Corps buy-in for what we're envisioning, even if there are some slight changes that we make once the developer is on. And that we could use some of the bond funds to go ahead and start addressing some of those shoreline erosion issues. So we're working with HAF right now to put together a PSA for that. But in the process, a grant opportunity came up with the Economic Development Agency. They put out a grant that was connected to the CARES Fund for making tourism and outdoor recreation improvements that were associated with losses in the tourism industry associated with COVID. So we went ahead and put that together. We worked with a grant writer, and we had the 3 top priority areas of the shoreline restoration and protection things that we need to do out there. We went ahead and put the second entry point at the end of Lake Park Road to help us address, traffic congestion issues. And then we also looked at broadband connectivity, bringing that all the way down Lake Park so that we can really do a good Wi-Fi net for the property and make it a lot more usable for not only the people who come to use it as a day use and campground, but also for our sports leagues. There's a lot of opportunity out there to stream some of the games with camera systems, and this might be a way that we can get that done. So we submitted that in January, and we're hoping to hear something about where we are in the process by May. And then I'm going to hand it over to Marshall to talk about the TERS 4.
So as Stacy mentioned, we've been looking at possibly expanding TERS 4. And so we've been working with Trent Petty from Petty & Associates. He's one of our TIF administrators. And I'm going to turn it over to Trent to talk us through some of that.
Awesome. Good to see everybody. Thanks for allowing us to be here today. TERS 4 is it's got a lot of potential. And as we look at what that potential is, I think it gives us some opportunities to have some policy discussions with council to make sure that we're headed in a direction that's consistent with where you want to go. If you'll remember, back in December of 19, we created TERS 4. And the first step was really the assumption that it would be bounded on the east side, on the west side of I-35, generally in the property that you're familiar with, O'Neill Gray down to Murdoch's property in that east-west triangle. As we looked at that, and as that property is developed, there's been a lot of new options occur. So we're going to talk about essentially 3 different options today as we look at this. If we consider option 1, that's basically the option that you looked at back in December of 19. That had some generic plug-in numbers relative to infrastructure. We didn't know exactly what all those costs would be, but we need to go ahead and get the TERS started before the end of that calendar year so that we can begin collecting the increment. So that was done. It's created. We have not yet approached the county about TERS 4. There's still some questions I think we need to answer, but there's some opportunities I think, especially when you hear the whole presentation today, that will help you understand why that discussion with the county is going to become very, very important, especially as it relates to the east side of I-35. So that first option basically was a 20-year TERS, the initial intent, which would end in 2039. Our contribution based on the land uses and the economics of that was about $28.7 million over that term. And assuming that the county would participate, and remember this is an 80% TERS, assuming the county would participate, we'd be adding another $15.1 million to that to give us a total TERS contributions of about $43.8 million. Remember, that's exactly as it is today if nothing changed. That's what we would, that's what we contemplate that TERS doing. Option 2 looks at extending the term of that TERS. And the reason we're talking about extending the term is because as you look at the dynamic trajectory of all of that land, this is a large area of land, especially when you start considering what happens on the east side of 35 in the lake area. So looking at a longer term for that TERS began to make sense to us to give us a little more time to be able to collect increment, to be able to reimburse cost as that project goes. So if we were to just extend that term to 33 years, you can see that corresponding $88.2 million. So we over double really what that TERS is going to produce in terms of increment. Remember, this is a reimbursement TERS. There's no debt contemplated with this. As money comes in, we're allowed to reimburse ourselves for project cost or enter into developer agreements to reimburse infrastructure costs there. So all of this is predicated on the idea that the TERS revenue is coming in. If the revenue doesn't come in, we don't spend the money. So there's really not a lot of capital risk here. It's just a matter of understanding what the dynamics of that TERS may be in terms of how long it's out there and what kind of increment we can collect. So if we were to just expand that term to 33 years, that's what you're looking at. It's about $88.2 million. Again, that assumes that the county participates, and that's a conversation yet to be had. But we also looked at option 3, which is probably the best option from our perspective, and that is, let's go ahead and extend the term in that final project and finance plan. Ask the county to participate at the 88%, but let's also look at a boundary extension. And that boundary extension, which you'll see in a couple of slides, really allows us to take in that entire east side section on 35 that would take in all of the areas that we're talking about on the Northern Gateway relative to hotels, parks, all the improvements that are contemplated on the east side. So the third option gives us a much larger TERS, certainly a larger base of increment. Ironically, not a gigantic amount more cost relative to what we have to spend on infrastructure, but really, really important when it comes to opportunities that TERS gives the community moving forward in terms of recreation and some of the stuff that Stacy and Marichelle are going to talk about. So those are the 3 options that essentially we're looking at today. And if we could move to that next slide.
Can I jump in
Yep,
for a second?
absolutely.
And I wanted to let council know, so the reason we didn't approach the county when we first established TERS 4 was because we weren't sure the county would be as excited about contributing to a TERS when it was just residential, but I think that the county will be excited when it's related to the lake project. And so you've seen it in other TERSs where the county has made very discrete decisions about where their increment is going to go. I could very well see that if approaching the county would say, our increment needs to go to the lake project because that's a county-wide benefit. So I think this really, once we start talking about extending the TERS to this area, it becomes very viable for the county's participation.
Yeah, we think it's kind of a slam dunk from the county's perspective, because literally you're talking about improvements now that benefit everyone in the county, especially the attractiveness of the lake, the access, really does become an attractive project. So we're optimistic that we can get support for that. So this is the anticipated private development that you're familiar with. Everything on that list you've heard of, except for the very bottom one. The O'Neill Gray piece of it, you all are familiar with that. That's a 300 multifamily unit. That piece, the Lakeside Crossing, you know that project as Frontera. New name, AKA Frontera, now it's Lakeside Crossing. That's a project that American Centurion is putting together. That's 201 townhomes, 794 multifamily, 31,000 square feet of retail. That's already been through your zoning process, so that process is moving forward. The Gas Monkey, which is down on the corner, you've been presented that one as well. You've looked at some of the slides and some of the profiles of what that project looks like. The Hamptons, which is an office retail project with one more 120 preferred service hotel, restaurant, Heritage Trails and Heritage Towers, 250 single-family units, 282 multifamily, and then green space. All these obviously have green space and open space connectivity. The Nora project, which is 347 multifamily units, those are, you're familiar with all of that. That's what's been included in essence in what this TERS initially was going to contemplate. When we look at that last improvement, that assumes a hotel and improvements associated with that hotel on the east side of 35. So by expanding that boundary, we can accommodate what we think is a better opportunity for another hotel in conjunction with all the other improvements that you're talking about that Stacy's bringing up. So that's what we're looking at in terms of that TERS. Now, there is more opportunities than what this slide presents. This is only what we know of today and what we've contemplated today. The expansion of that TERS gives us a lot of flexibility. And to the extent we recognize there's a lot of floodplain on the east side, but we also know that depending on how it's configured, sort of the hotel components of it, the restaurant components of it, really could even be expanded beyond what we're contemplating here. So it leaves us room for that thing to grow and be able to be pretty dynamic for us in terms of financial improvements in the future. So, next slide. So I don't expect you to read that. My staff doesn't even expect me to read that. But the bottom line is, when we look now at the taxable value, using that option one, just really look down there on the bottom right-hand corner. That's assuming our 80% TERS contribution, our county contribution on that option one that I told you about. That's the status quo, leaving the boundary as it is, sitting there today, only on the west side, not expanding the term and not expanding the boundary. So that's that first option, $43.8 million. Let's go ahead and move to that next one. When we look at option two, remember, that's the one where we're talking about expanding the term. It does expand the boundary, but it does expand the term. So we go out another 13 years, so that's a 33-year expansion. That gives us now, back in the bottom right-hand corner, $88.2 million. So again, we've doubled what that TERS can do for us simply by expanding the term on it. And we do recommend that happens one way or the other. Even if you stay with status quo, you should really look seriously at expanding that term, because the trajectory of development on this large of an area is going to take time. And you may miss opportunities toward the end of your TERS that, had you kept it open for a little bit longer, really help you a lot. And there's examples of this all around the Metroplex, folks, of TERS that started out one term and then were expanded to other terms. The Grapevine Mills Mall project that I put together 100 years ago, that TERS is still in existence, still producing significant funds for improvements out there. So being able to put a longer term on these TERS really does give you some flexibility. Doesn't cost anybody anything at all, doesn't change the dynamics of the development. It just gives you more tools to reimburse infrastructure as that process moves forward. So
Trent,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, Trent, can you also talk about the growth patterns that you have and your assumptions and the conservative nature of how you do that?
All of our models, all of our TERS models are extremely conservative, and we get criticized sometimes because they're too conservative. But, I was around in 1988. I was around during some times when things were not as great, 2008. We like to put forward a 2% increase per year. And every 8 to 10 years, we essentially eliminate the increase completely, and we go to zero. And we've seen that happen. In my career, I've seen that happen, where we saw no increase in valuation. So we intentionally approach this conservatively. I would much rather have this thing produce a whole lot more than we estimate than a whole lot less. So that's based on a 2% increase per year in valuation and a flat year for 2 years out of every decade. So thanks, Claire. That's an important piece of this. This number could be much, much higher than this. But I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather shoot low than shoot too high. Okay, so if you look at option three, and remember, this contemplates expanding the term, but also expanding the boundary to include the east side. And we'll show you that map here in just a second. It's not everything on the east side, but it does show areas we think that give us development potential. We're not going to talk about all the existing residential and that's over there. We're talking about areas that represent new development potential. But if we were to expand that term and expand that area, now you can see on that bottom right-hand corner, we're at $92.8 million. That again assumes the county's participation. But honestly, I feel better about approaching the county with the expanded term and the expanded boundary than I do about the current ask. Because when you look at the current ask, it is not as appealing from the standpoint of what the collective benefit is for the county as it is when you look at it on the east side. Now, all of a sudden, it really literally does bring the entire county into Lewisville from the standpoint of recreation opportunities and all the elements that represent lake improvement. So I feel like from a persuasive standpoint, we got a much better case with the county by the expanded term as well as the expanded boundary. So $92 million is the total that we'd be looking at there. Sorry about that, Marichelle. So when we talk about that map, this is what you're looking at. On the left side is basically the existing TERS that we created with the preliminary project and finance plan. That's what you approved in December of 19. What we're asking you to do is consider adding on the right-hand side those shaded areas to the boundaries. And those represent not only the areas where we'd contemplate potentially the hotel and some additional restaurant space, but they also include all of the recreation ideas that Stacy's gone over with you to sort of show you what potential those have out there. Now, a lot of that is public improvements that's going to represent not necessarily huge tax value increases, but what it does do is it gives you the energy from the financials on the west side to be able to pour into reimbursing the non-taxable infrastructure improvements that you're gonna need for the pedestrian or the recreation activities on the east side. So, you know, you didn't see that number increase as much when we increased the boundary as you did when you saw the term increase. And the reason for that is because a lot of this is gonna end up being public improvements that are not necessarily taxable. But when you weigh that against the overall benefit to the community in terms of what this offers the community, it's a whole different ballgame. So we feel pretty strongly that, you know, looking at those boundaries and adding those to that agreement really give us absolutely no risk whatsoever, and give us tremendous leverage, I think, when it comes to this TERS's attractiveness to the county.
I was going to add a little bit more to that. So as Trent said, you know, we are plugging in some assumptions of what might go on there. So, you know, literally Trent called me when he's working these numbers and says, well, what do you want me to put in there? Well, we're about to enter into an agreement with Matthew Southwest. You're about to meet Christian Telecki from Matthew Southwest. So we don't really know what that end goal is. So it could be very different. So I just threw out, let's just assume 125 key hotel. I mean, literally that was a hip pocket from me. But the other thing to think about is, you know, we are kind of projecting what we think should happen with this TERS and the boundaries of this TERS without talking with the developer as well. So once we get the developer on board, I mean, I really think talking through that as well, I think this makes sense, but, you know, it they may have a desire to buy out one of the old apartment complexes too, and do something with that. And then we would want to put the TERS over top of that. Whatever that looks like, we need to be hand in hand with the developer. So that's all I wanted to add to that.
And Matthews is gonna be a great partner. We've worked with Christian for a long, long time. And I think that's an excellent point, because as you look at the potential of the expanded boundary, now you're talking about the potential of redevelopment as well as new development. And there's some redevelopment opportunities down there. And when you get a developer that's as innovative and progressive as what Matthews is, I think Claire's got a great point. Listening to what they tell you relative to opportunities within that expanded boundary really give you some new choices. So I think congratulations on selecting them, because they're going to be a great partner.
They haven't gotten a chance to see any of this, so this is the first. I'm sure he's taking notes right now.
I'll email this to you, Christian.
I've got a good memory.
So then, sort of in summary on TERS 4, when we look at the current project cost and preliminary project and finance plan, this was the initial list of improvements that we contemplated. And this was intentionally generic. It really was back a napkin, general improvements based on just communication with your staff that were literally beautification, landscaping, streetscaping, parking, trails, economic development. These are thumbnail looks. At the time, we knew there was going to be a lot more detail in this before we got to the preliminary project and finance plan, and it didn't include all of the numbers that we look more seriously at when it comes to the expanded boundary. So that was the initial reinvestment zone project cost. That's changed a lot since then. This gives you an example of what the staff has been working on for the last several months, to not only show you what those improvements are, but to give you phased looks at what those improvements might be and how much cost we're talking about. So now it's $100 million in potential project costs, and that's before Christian and his group look at it and see what other opportunities might be out there. So remember, you know, this is not like the city of Lewisville's going to go spend $100 million tomorrow. This is the potential project cost generated by what the staff has seen by expanding that term and that boundary, and assuming that those dollars come in on a reimbursement basis in the future within that TERS. And as you look through those, I won't go through those in detail, but as you look through those, there's a lot of opportunities, especially on the out-grant compliance expenses, lots of opportunities that really reflect what we talked about earlier, and that those different opportunities that we think the county is going to be very excited about participating in. It really does represent sort of a new day for the lake, and this gives you a financial tool to help make that happen.
Right. So what I heard during that presentation was like, parks are like BASF. We might not be your product, but we make your product better. So I think a little bit on
recess.
So what these are, we worked with Half Associates as we went through our concept plan to start kind of taking some swag shots at what it will cost to get some of the infrastructure in the ground to support some of the concepts you've seen this far. It's got some road infrastructure, some water, wastewater stuff, but then also what it will take us to get to some of that out-grant compliance and some of the park infrastructures you see in there. And then there's also those west side
So on the
things.
west side, those are just rough estimates based on the layout of Frontera and some of the other anticipated projects that we mentioned on the previous slide.
Right. So what we've been through so far is essentially getting us to the beginning of phase one. And what we're going to do in phase one with Christian and the team from Thius Southwest is really work together to see how we can put together a plan in conjunction with HAF and the Corps that will give us the biggest bang for our buck for the services that we provide the community on the lake. Remember, this is something that it will take a while because it's not just us coming up with what our vision is, it's us working with the Corps to make sure we're meeting their standards for out-grant policy management. And once we get to the end of that, we'll take it to the Corps. We'll work hand in hand with Thius Southwest to get that done, make sure that we have not only what we need at the marina side, but the public use side, get the Corps to do it, get y'all to say, yes, let's move forward. And then we have to make a decision. Do we want to continue working with Thius Southwest? Do they want to continue working with us? Why not? And then we could move forward into phase two and kind of extend that agreement. If at the time we said, you know what, it's been really cool up until this point, that's what our relationship is going to be, and stop right there, then we'll issue an RFP to find another developer at risk to help us execute the plan. So what we've done to now is we've issued a RFQ in November and reviewed those responses this January. We had 3 respondents. Thius Southwest was head and shoulders above any other thing we saw in those responses. And so we'd like them, Christian and his team, to come up and talk a little bit about, tell them what we saw when we read through those responses. Christian?
Thank you very much, Stacy. I'm not a microphone. Do I need the microphone for your recording? Please. Oh, well. How do I advance this, Stacy? Just the right arrow?
Yep, there we go.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for having me here today to speak to you folks. My goodness, Trent, I think over the last 12, 15 years, as a Lewisville corporate citizen, I think we've tried 4 or 5 times on 4 or 5 different projects to work together with Eric, with Claire, with Donna before Claire. So we're really honored to even have a shot at chatting with you folks today about kind of who we are. Mary Day is with me today. Mary Day is our marketing manager, but also a project manager for us at the Tribute. And Mary brings some specific skills as it relates to this opportunity, given the involvement with the Corps and Corps interfacing with what might be able to happen. And Mary, as of late, has certainly been working with us at the other side of the lake and the Tribute regarding Corps trails, Corps approval. So Mary brings a ton of skill to what we will start to embark on. As I've shared with Claire's team, really our first step will be a bit about visioning and what's important for you folks and how does it flange up with respect to what the Corps will allow. And then ultimately, really, how does that work for a developer? And is there something left? Because we're all here to try to do the right thing. And as a developer, we do need to make money. So if it's not us and it's not a real revenue generator, then we'll put you on the right path to maybe what that can be. It still allow you to execute on a wonderful plan that we collectively put together. So Claire asked me, or Tracy, somebody asked me, Tracy or Stacy, one of you asked me to put together a little bit of a presentation of who we are. And I'll kind of go quick. So Jack Matthews is the principal. He's my partner. There's 4 other partners that we have. It was founded in '93. It's privately held, and for the most part of our existence, we've actually resided in Lewisville. First on Stemmons until TxDOT chased us away with all their scary work. But that actually was a great move for us, because then we looked in Old Town and bought a great little house in Old Town, and we're on Main Street. And I've been there since, I don't know, 14, 15, it's all a blur. But we've been in Lewisville for my entire existence with the company, and that's since '99. Fully serviced real estate company. We generally have equity in every deal we have, except really as of late in the last 5 years, we've gotten into the hospitality business. So there's now specifically a Matthews Southwest hospitality division. And for those that don't know, and we'll get to that image in a second, we were the developer of the Omni for the city of Dallas. That was city, 100% city bond funds. If you recall, that was 07, 08, and you couldn't finance a cup of coffee. So we're very grateful that the city stepped up for the $450 million bonds. And it's been an incredible success for the city. So, you know, our team on this would be Jack Matthews, who's president and CEO, myself. Adam Miller's our CFO, so he would work intimately with Trent on modeling and just kind of seeing where things pencil out as things get put together. Mike Garcia, I put him on the list. Mike's the president of our hospitality division. And if it turns out that a hotel is something we're going to want to do, can do, and the Corps is going to allow it, Mike and his hospitality group would be intimately involved. Jarrett Click's our VP of construction, and as we get to pricing and try to help build better TERS models, Jarrett would be heavily involved. We do also have those that may not know, we own and operate Gillies Dallas, and I share that because that might be a great opportunity if we do some entertainment facilities out here, or auditoriums or outdoor amphitheaters. Again, one of our team members down there can certainly parachute in and help us understand programmatically what works, what doesn't work. So again, we've got a sort of a great depth in our bench, and we'll just sort of pull them in as need be. Tribute Golf Course and the entire community, I think you folks are all familiar with it. It's, you know, boy, we bought the first parcel of land in '93, before my time. Tribute Golf Course was the first thing we developed, and that's 100% on core land. Our core lease commenced in '97. Right now it goes, we've got one extension, so that lease for the 600 acres goes through 2058, I believe. I think that's right. Golf course for the Tributes on 252 acres. It was really our first project in the Tribute, and subsequently it's really grown to 1,600 acres. I don't know, Mary, we're going to have over 3,000 residential units at the end of the day, some in the form of townhome. Most recently, we've got a single-family rental project that we just got across the goal line. We will be doing condos, a hotel. So there's a really mix of product types in there. And I'll kind of go through these slides. Golf courses, there's two now. There's the Tribute and the Old American. The Tribute we originally opened June 2nd of 2000. So that was right kind of when I started here with Matthews. That was a lease with American Golf. We bought American Golf out in 18, combined the two courses because we created a second course called the Old American, and now both courses are under the umbrella of the Tribute Golf Club itself, and both courses, so all 36 holes, play out of there. We're in the middle of a $6 million renovation, adding lockers to the second floor because it's now heavily member-driven. But member-driven to still comply with core rules because it's 100% on core land, and we all know you can't have a private course on core land. So I think the common theme you'll hear from us is just a good familiarity with the Lake Lewisville office for the Corps and kind of the Corps process. So when we work with Stacy and her team, Claire, we kind of work hand in glove, and any interfacing interaction with the Corps, frankly, it won't be foreign to us. We kind of understand what's important for them. We'll go together and figure out what do we need and what will they allow. Again, Tribute golf clubs at the Tribute opened the first course in 2000, opened the second course, which is the Old American. I think our soft opening was 10, but we combined the courses under one ownership. Well, they both owned the same, but one operating entity in 18, and then really closed down the Old American Clubhouse, which is now an event space, and everything is now out of the Tribute Clubhouse. Again, we're very proud of it, but it's also, again, the theme is the tie. Every year we go to the Corps for our plan. So, you know, now the next step will be, if I certainly back up, we do have the rights for an 840 slip marina. We've only been working on that since '97. We have a lease in principle with Suntex, and Suntex is a group that was part of our team that I think they could be a good value add for what might happen with the marina that you folks have in place. So they'll step in as we see the need to bring them in on sort of the analysis of the marina. We developed the Omni. So again, it was a $450 million funded project by the city. Our development budget for the city was $330 million. We were 60 days early. We were the developer. We weren't the contractor. We managed the architect, put the architect team together and the contracting team together. That was sort of our build-to-suit, if you will, delivery model for the city. We were 60 days ahead of schedule, opened 11/11/11, and we were $27 million under budget. And subsequently, that $27 million, because it was through the bonds the city had issued, went into the restaurants. If you're familiar with the Omni, I say new, probably in 16 or 17, we added 4 restaurants and 350 parking spaces below grade. That was all used, the source of those funds was the savings that we had from the original construction contract. We are still the asset manager for the city. We don't run it, Omni Hotels runs it, but we manage Omni. We manage the lights. We have a person that programs the lights. So we did that purposefully because the city needed a buffer. So you didn't have somebody that just wanted to try to control messaging that didn't comply with the sign ordinances and such. But again, very much a collaborative effort and project with the city of Dallas. Canvas Hotel. So again, the theme here may be hotels. So I wanted to include this. So we developed this. The Canvas Hotel was part of the building itself was part of the original Sears acquisition in '97. We bought 4 buildings, about 15 acres for $2.5 million, just south of what is now the Dallas Convention Center. Well, it was then too, the Convention Center. This was the 3rd of 4 buildings. We redid Southside on Lamar, which is the old Sears warehouse, to 457 lofts, 100,000 feet of office and retail. We love historic buildings, love doing repurposings, sold tax credits for this, historic tax credits. The Canvas Hotel itself went through a rebranding. It was originally the Nilo, if anybody recalls that. Again, just to give you a little bit of understanding of our skill set, the Nilo at the time, so it was 13 we opened, it was a combination of new market tax credits, historic tax credits, EB $5. And if anybody wants to understand that, I'd be glad to spend 2 hours explaining it. But investor visa dollars, developer equity, and sort of a traditional loan. And it was fascinating, $20 million project, and we couldn't be more proud of this as a bit of an asset, small, not a large building, 60,000 feet, but really an interesting part of the fabric of the neighborhood. And that neighborhood, at the time, we owned 40 acres, and now with what might be high-speed rail on the other side of the tracks, which is another 60, we have almost 100 acres that we control just south of the convention center, including assets like this and Southside. Old Dallas High School is another repurposing. We bought that building in 15. It was a handshake deal. This is a very classic Jack Matthews. He's very much a man of his word. Had a deal in principle with the seller, Robert Yu, who, if you don't know the story, it's fascinating, but he bought the building, I think in 90 or 91, and at the time, he thought he had a deal with the city manager to be able to demolish this, because it sits on 5.4 acres in the heart of downtown Dallas. And once he closed, they said you can't. So he sued the city and lost, and then the city put through their landmark commission, put a preservation easement on the facade so that it could never get demolished. And that sort of fits our wheelhouse, because we love old buildings and we didn't want to demolish it. So we bought it, we landed kind of going into it, we knew we had a tenant for about half the building, an office tenant, so Perkins & Will, who are an architectural firm. And now it's 92% leased, $50 million project. We sold historic and federal tax credits, and it's been a wonderful, we got a $6.2 million TIF grant. I think Marichelle might have been with the city at the time, had her hands up. So, but again, as Trent says, for TIFs and TERs, if we don't perform as a developer, if we don't do what city attorneys at the time in city attorney's office, what we're obligated to do, the city doesn't pay anything. So it's fascinating and a spectacular tool to use as long as it's managed right and you've got some discipline. So again, we've got good experience with those sorts of tools. We hadn't talked about this until You shared the presentation, so it's good to see that you're trying to figure out how to keep some powder dry regardless of what happens. But again, we're very proud of this project, and it's now adjacent to a project that we're just finishing. Well, here's Southside. Again, beautiful building. It's now been open since 2000, so 22 years. Alamo Draft House, again, to give you a little bit of a breadth of, this is a new building on a piece of property we own in the Cedars, but the tenant was Alamo, and unfortunately Alamo just announced going bankruptcy, the franchisee locally on 2 facilities, but not this one. This one was his best performer of 5, I think. I think he's got one in Denton, doesn't he? I think he's got one, Razor Ranch. This was the best performer before COVID, and so far he's now open and he's back paying rent, and we're just, it's a great asset for the neighborhood, so we were very grateful that this wasn't one of the ones that he was going to close down. Gillies Dallas, we talked about that, 92,000 square foot entertainment facility, and it's a really, it's a spectacular asset for our partnership down there. But it's also a great asset for the area. You know, you go down to the Cedars now, and it's great, and there's lots of activity and vibrancy. But when we opened Gillies in 2003, we opened it to bring people south of 30 to say, you know what, come down here, it's not so bad. I would say that our year before, so that was 03 we opened, and it was, you know, a bit of a grind, getting people to feel comfortable going south of 30. We were all committed, but just you needed people to feel comfortable. In 18, we had almost 500,000 people go through that venue. So it did everything that Jack had envisioned it was going to do, and it also makes money, so that's kind of a fun thing. But again, I'm not saying that's what we would do here, but if there's an entertainment component of what we decide we want to program in the park, we have some tools and teammates that may be able to help us programmatically look at what could be. We're not going to do a tower here, but this is, we develop in Canada. I flew up to Canada for 5 years every third week on this project, so 2 million square foot head office for, at the time, 1 tenant. It was a build-to-suit. We started the project in 04 with respect to working with actually 03, working with the tenant, and then it ultimately, the building and the plan sold to a partner of ours, and they said, okay, now we need you to develop, because they bought plans and a piece of land, and a tenant and a lease. So we developed that 2 million square foot building, finished it in 2013. But it just gives you a sense of our depth and what we do. This is an interesting project as well. Canada, and just north, if anybody knows where Whistler, British Columbia is, this is halfway between Vancouver and Whistler up the Sea to Sky Highway. And it's a parcel we bought from the district, the town, the district of Squamish in 14. It's a brownfield site, it's a repurposing site, it's an old Nexen chemical plant site that we moved Jack's son up there 5 years ago, and we're now developing residential and putting roads in, and sort of, it's truly a greenfield site. But it, again, gives you a little bit of a breadth and depth as to who we are. Hospitality, I'll go through these quickly. We developed a hotel in Philadelphia for a client. We don't own it. It's completed. Developing for Broward County. We were selected as their developer for their hotel, which is under construction now. But the first phase turned out to be an expansion for the convention center, which we completed last October. It was a boat show that we had some magical deadline. So again, a little bit, we're not going to, I don't envision doing a 800 key hotel here, but again, it gives you a little sense of who we are and kind of what we do. And the last, this is our jewel. This will be our hotel on the Tribute. 160 key hotel, so when you talk 125 keys, that's kind of right the sweet spot, Claire, for an area like this, if that's what ends up happening in the Lake District. But this is a project that we've been working with the city of the Colony on. They've helped us, participated with some TERS dollars. It's really, we were ready to go in 20, and for those that know the finance world, really one of the hardest hit asset types was hotels with COVID, because nobody knew, is anybody going to ever have a convention? Is anybody ever going to want to sleep in anything other than their own bed? So we tapped the brakes, but we're feeling far more confident knowing what we know about sort of hotels and hotel financing. And I think we do workforce housing as well. We've got a project, this is right beside Dallas High School, beautiful 217 unit project that we're just wrapping up right now, looking for a certificate of occupancy from the city. And I'm going to just kind of sum it up really by, we really try to get involved with the communities where we work. Goodness knows, we've tried for years. And you know what? We always thought if something happens, great. If not, we always want to just help to try to make Lewisville a better place, whether it involves us or not. So that's our story. So thank you very much for allowing us the time.
Can you click to the next one? I have one more. So, oh, that was not the actual one I thought I made changes to. So we're not actually deciding to move forward with Matthew Southwest. We have to negotiate, and that'll come back to you guys. Yeah, no, I got this one. Thank you. You can give that to him.
I'll give that to him.
Yeah. I did want to give you guys an opportunity to ask any questions of Christian. We are so excited to have Christian. I can tell you, Mary Soom, the prior city manager of Dallas, had said there was one developer that she would trust with just a handshake deal because he would just always follow through with anything he said, and that was Matthew Southwest, and Christian is part of that group. I've known Christian for a long time. He's a great guy, and he will literally tell you if it doesn't work, we'll just shake hands and walk away. And we try to be honest and upfront with each other. There's no games about it. So I'm very excited we finally found a project to work together on. But I'll let you guys ask any questions you have. And like I said, our next step is to negotiate whatever contract that is, and we'll be bringing that back to council.
I don't necessarily have a question, but I will say I did not realize that you guys were in Old Town. So that's very exciting. I probably run past your office on, at least a few times a week and didn't even know it. So I really appreciate and love that you guys are local, and with the international experience as well. And I mean, this project honestly has made me nervous for some time because it is so complex. But just hearing more about the experience that you have already working with the exact same core office in the colony, I feel like so much of my anxiety is coming down because you guys have been there and done that. And you have a hotel experience and all the little pieces that we're talking about. I think it just makes sense. And so I thank you for coming and talking to us today. And I'm really, really excited.
No pressure.
No pressure. Now that we know that you're in Old Town, we can always come knocking on your door.
You can come, you can knock on the door anytime.
Well,
Anytime.
if Mayor Pro Tem Green doesn't have it, because that's who I go with on any type of construction. I do know that this is gonna be kind of a complex deal that we're trying to put together, because when you add in the core parks and what we can actually build there is complex. So I'm glad you guys have experience with that. I've spent a lot of time in the Cedars, so I know, I've watched that area grow. I've worked literally across the street from the old Dallas High School and watched it empty for a while. So it's great to see those projects. I like old architecture too, to see it kind of be allowed to bloom. So I'm excited as well and look forward to the negotiation.
Other questions or comments?
I'm excited. I loved what I saw. And that has been really an untouched asset for so long. And I'm excited. I liked everything I saw.
Thank you.
I really did.
I'll just say that I actually had an opportunity to go to the Perkins and Will grand opening in that building.
Did you?
And so.
I was there. Might have seen 600 people. Might have bumped into
Probably
you.
was. So it was very impressive. Obviously I drove by that building many years wondering what's going to happen to that building. So appreciate your attention to detail. I've actually got a historic preservation background too.
Do you? Okay.
So it's, and obviously I hope I'm sure you'll have the same detail as if we go through the Lake Park deal.
Those are kind words. Thank you.
I'm also excited. I was very pleased with what I saw, and I'm looking forward to seeing this project go forward. So.
Christian, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Since I'm one of the few old enough to know how many fits and starts we've had here, and I've
Yes.
been involved in many of those conversations, and I appreciate your tenacity. talk to me a little bit about scale and scope of a hotel, and is that really a possibility? I mean, we talked about a hotel convention center, and the economics just didn't work. And coming out of a pandemic, I'm just wondering, you know, where do you see the market? Is this a nice to have at this point, or is this something you guys really think there's a possibility of?
Well, I think in fairness to the question, it's a good question, is we need to really dig in to see what's the kind of the threshold of the core. I mean, again, working with the core on the other side of the lake, we do know that there, and I've renegotiated our core agreement through the Colony and Pam Nelson several times now over the last 20 years. Their tenor has changed, and the kind of their allowance for what's allowed in your plan has changed. It's you know, there's been a metamorphosis from more economic-centric kinds of activities to less so. So I think our test will be how, in our plan, what's the smallest that we could make something work to be economic, whether it's us or any other hotel developer. Sure. And I say, as long as that fits the vision and it sort of fits the lake use, which certainly now is the core, more and more the core mantra, we just have to see how does that work out. I'll give you an example. Our Tribute Hotel was 125 keys. And this, again, sort of sliding into COVID. Well, we tap the brakes and we come slowly out of COVID. Now the economics are much worse. Costs to construct. Anybody that touches construction in the last 9-10 months, concrete's up, yeah, plastic's up, steel. So we made the decision, because it's on fee land, we needed to go to 160 keys, 165, to help with the sort of the average cost per key, but it wasn't pushing us over the limit of being too big. Mm-hmm. The question here will be, how big can we make it, plan it or program it, and then model it to see about economic viability. And then with that, you know, what pieces are important for the city? Is it a conference space? Are we okay with no conference space but having yurts or cabins? So I think that'll be an exercise that we'll go through to test and see where do the economics lie. The good news is today, financing is opening up for them. Whereas 2 years ago, that was just not the case. And we just say, you know what, keep your powder dry and let's not worry about it for a while. But I think that'll be part of an exercise we'll go through, but I couldn't give you an answer today.
Fair. And that's fair. That's fair.
I was also going to add to that is that, you know, our current lease doesn't expire till 2025. So really any type of market analysis should be
right,
forward focusing.
Right.
So, I mean, that's what we've got to work through with all the details on that.
And I think, and it was said earlier, maybe Stacy said it, there's so many pieces to this puzzle. And the pieces haven't changed, but you kind of look at expectations of, is the marina included? Are they really understanding all the kit parts that you folks have and understanding how they fit together for a good comprehensive development plan? And not that, you know, what half is put together or others have put together isn't good, but have we tested the economic viability of those proposed uses? Mm-hmm. You know, can a hotel work if you don't control? I say you, but if you guys, if the hotel and the marina aren't controlled together, does that hurt the hotel? Does the marina not work if a hotel's not there? Like, there's so many variables to test, but that'll be, you know, as I said to Stacy and the sort of the selection team, our first 150, 180 days, it's going to be blue skying and exploring, and really us trying to understand the documents that are sort of govern each of the uses and the control of the uses. And, you know, as Claire says, if we've got to wait, if this thing can't really kick off until a lease expires, then how does that translate into what you want to execute on first? So we're excited about that. We were sort of describing it as the discovery period, I think, Stacy, just to see what can be.
Yeah, no, it's a tremendous amount of moving parts and a tremendous amount of things that, if put together, could create some amazing synergies.
Oh, yeah.
But we have to figure out how they fit together.
That's right.
Just and a comment, just to kind of put a pin in it. And I know Stacy's got this top of mind as well. As we go through this process, we have a lot of folks that utilize that space, and you know, when it was built as the heart of the city, right? It was our everything happened there. And I'd love to get back to some semblance of that, and I think Stacy understands that. But I also think we have, when we get out there and have these conversations about fancy yurts and all this other stuff, we have to remember that we are keeping day use activities. We are keeping the things that you expect. So, and Stacy and I have had this conversation. So I just want to make sure that, you know, as we do this, we make sure people understand they're not losing what they have. We are gaining additional. And quite frankly, that whole lake has our name on it. I want everybody over here.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I hear that and I respect that. I mean, that's, I guess, a nice part of what Mary's been working at the last several years is our trail system at the Tribute. We've got 10 miles. I mean, it's those are sort of focal points and gathering spots. The golf courses are nice, people know of them. But what sort of knits the neighborhood together are our trails. And we're sprinkling cabins throughout, like, so we understand that day use can't change. It needs to be accretive.
Yeah.
So that'll be
Okay.
really your team to help us crystallize and come to those, what are those important pieces we need to hold on to or augment, for that matter?
That gives me comfort.
Mayor, the other thing, other than getting your comfort, is also the second question is, do you guys want us to proceed with a TERS extension and boundary adjustment and proposing county, going to the county and talking to them? Obviously, we're not going to do that in a vacuum, so unless I hear you guys tell me otherwise, our intention is to basically continue with the modeling, work with the developer, and then approach the county.
You know, and I'm gonna lead off on this one because I've talked with Andy and Bobby, and if I don't think you get county involvement. I think you guys are very on target with that. Without it, the county is being very focused on where they're going to put these. They need to be unique. They need to be specific to county interests. I just don't think you get county buy-in if you don't expand this TERS.
Right.
I agree.
So Claire, question. So the TERS was originally established in 2019 and for 20 years,
Yes.
right? So is there, as far as I agree with TJ about the boundary expansion, we definitely have to do that. I'm just curious, is there a reason to expand the term now? Do we get something now from doing that versus waiting until we get closer to the expiration of that and then doing it at that time based on, you know, because obviously there will be more knowns at that point in time rather than being where we are right now.
Yeah, I think those strategies, that's a really good point. So I think, and that was the discussion with the developer component as well. So I mean, the extension might be later, although you don't want to go to the county twice, right? Like if you could go once, it's ideal to go once to the county.
Okay, so that would be one thing.
Right,
So
that would be one thing
We
to-
really just want to go to the county
Right.
once.
So
Okay.
that's one thing you're weighing on that. The other part is, I mean, I guess you're talking about just the extension of extending it the number of years, or you're not talking about the boundary adjustment?
Right, I'm just asking as far as the number of years, what are the advantages to expanding that now versus waiting until it gets closer to the expiration of the original 20 years?
Right, so I guess the other benefit to it is you could, I'm not suggesting we're doing this, but if you wanted to sell debt off of that TERS, being able to see that revenue is going out that long gives you more capacity with that regard. But we're not suggesting that at that point. We're trying to make this a reimbursable TERS, but that's the other positive to that.
Okay,
But I think those are all things we need to work through again with the developer, understanding, you know, what is the project gonna look like? I don't foresee us amending the TER, I mean, we would do it before the end of the year, because you wanna lock in your values. And the more that the west side is burgeoning, the less value you're gonna be able to capture, right? Because you lock it in on the day.
right.
So, we would
So
wanna
does that
do-
reset the base year if we?
It will not. It will not reset for what we started with, but we'll have to work with the county when they start adding in is whether or not their base
Okay.
year becomes this year or not. right?
Understood, okay.
But I think all of those things are we'll look with the developer and talk about that, but it's all about the financing and what it ends up having, what ends up gonna be on the ground, and then what's feasible, and then how we end up financing that.
Okay. And just, I'm not necessarily opposed to going ahead and extending the term length at this point. I was just curious if there was
It was just-
advantages to doing so, and it sounds like maybe the biggest thing right now, since we're really not talking about issuing debt against it, really the biggest issue is just, we want to take care of all of it what the county wants.
Right.
And I can get on board with that.
Okay. Well, we'll explore more with the developer once we get him on board, and then we'll bring it back to you. Right now, we have a preliminary project and finance plan. We have to adopt a final project and finance plan, and we really were waiting to get the lakeside costs involved, like making sure we tie that up as well as this project before we do that final. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Well, I'm on board. I mean, you started with Trent with the numbers. That always excites me. You know, and I know there's been a lot of start and stops. I actually remember in 2013, a certain council member was talking about a hotel there that didn't work out. I'm not gonna say his name, even though I'm looking at him right now. He's the mayor. But I mean, I think this may be the thing that may have been missing. When we get the TERS, we have funding and we have a good core group to actually work with the core to get this done. So I think we're going in the right direction planning wise. We don't know what the future holds, but, you know,
Well,
put
with
your best foot forward.
With the lease change, that does change the dynamics quite a bit. So,
True.
you know, that's, last time we were trying to do a carve-out on its own standalone
Right.
thing, and we didn't get the synergies that we can possibly get from here, so.
That is true.
That's right. Okay.
I'm not gonna take up unnecessary time to duplicate all of these words, but I'm all in.
Okay. Sounds good.
Did you get what you need, Claire?
I do. Thank you, sir.
All right. Are we clear on this one?
Claire?
We're all good.
We're all good? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move into the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy, and that'll be with Stacy Anaya and Karen Waltz. However, before they get started, I think we're gonna just take a 7-minute bio break, stretch, and then we will come back into the regular meeting. No talking. We're ready to go.
But I don't have a high office.
All right, it is 10:11 a.m. and we are going to reconvene to the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy. And Stacy, if you're ready to go.
Sure. Mayor, council members, park fans, we're going to give you a little bit of an update on what's going on with the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy and how we're working with the partners to update it. Karen Wallace is going to join me, but Chris Chastain, our Preserve and Greenbelt Manager, is also going to join us. But before we get started, I want to get a shout out. We've got our park planning intern with us. His name is Jose Martinez. He's from the University of North Texas and been helping us out not only with this, but our healthy infrastructure plan. So we invited him to listen in today. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it off to Karen.
Thank you, Stacy. It's great to be here this morning and see all of you and hear the exciting plans that you just were discussing. We're here today to talk about the update on the Green Centerpiece, and I want to give just a brief history of kind of where we've been on this project, and then as you'll see, both Chris and Stacy are going to tell you about some of the specific proposals we're looking at as action items coming up next. As y'all will, I think, remember that the Green Centerpiece was the first big move in the initial Lewisville 2025 plan when it was adopted in 2014, and that was really the first time that the city, I think, focused on the lake and the open spaces as the asset that they are for the community. So it really began that, and one of the first action items in that plan was to create a master strategy for the Green Centerpiece. And the Green Centerpiece being the area that we call Lila, but also the area of the floodplain and the areas around that. So it's bigger than just Lila itself, and it's really looking at that whole area. We developed that master plan, and it was the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy was developed by a group of partners, the city, UNT, LISD, the Corps of Engineers, and that first master strategy was adopted by the City Council in 2016. That strategy had those partnerships. It was really one of the main reasons that the city was added to the lease for Lila with the Corps of Engineers. The city had not previously been on the lease, and so that role, that the master strategy was part of why the city was added to that, and plays a really important role now in overseeing and anticipating what's going to happen in the area that we now call Lila. That master strategy had 14 guiding principles in it. It had about 75 action items that were to be carried out by all of those different partners that I just mentioned earlier. And it was really the beginning of work together in that way, and really looking at this whole large area. That vision statement you can see on the screen here, let me get out of the way of this one, to say the Green Centerpiece is a central feature of Lewisville's identity, an important contributor to environmental management best practices in Texas, including research, education, and restoration, and a destination for students and other visitors from Lewisville, the North Texas region, and the world. So that was really a big statement about a Green Centerpiece that had really not been real on anybody's mind, I think, up until that time. That master strategy was updated in late 2017, and the council adopted that update in October of that year. That update reflected some of the accomplishments that had happened over the time since the first one was done. It also reflected the evolving ideas about what was called a nature center, which was intended to be some kind of a building or a place for people to come for education and research and other activities. And we had held a charrette with those partners to envision what that might be. And so the 2017 update included some of the ideas that came out of that charrette. The update that we're doing now is the result of your adoption last year of the update to the 2025 plan. It's also the result of a lot of changes that have happened over the last number of years. And as with many partnerships, some of those changes take you along the same course, and some of them adjust your course somewhat. And that's been the case with this one as well. This update of the master strategy is one of our top action items for 2025's update, so that's why we're working on it now. The experience over the last couple of years with COVID has really helped us to see some new opportunities and new ways of looking at things than what we did in the original master strategy. And it's really helped to rethink how important this open space and these connections are to the people throughout the Lewisville community, and not only the people who are coming to Lila and using those particular facilities. Also, as you know, in the time since the last update, LISD has completed its updated building at Lisdola, and that's providing some of those educational opportunities that we had envisioned previously with the Nature Center. So those kinds of changes are part of the reason to do the update. Another part of it really is that we've got a number of new players in terms of the individuals who are the leaders for the different partner organizations. And that's changed over time, just as often happens. But what I have to say now is that the group of folks that we are working with today, to my mind, is the most creative group, and they are really working collaboratively, not only on the green centerpiece and on Lila, but on other aspects of Lewisville's parks. And Stacy, I know, keeps you up on all of those different things, but this is really, I think, the dream team of collaborators for where we're at right now. And so it's been quite a joy and a lot of fun to be working on putting together the update that we are involved with now in terms of the master strategy. That update is underway. It's not finished today. We're not bringing you a draft document today, but we wanted to share the direction and particularly highlight the items that the city is looking at being your parts of the partnership going forward. So the original green centerpiece was really structured geographically. We had one set of items related to Lila. We had one set of items related to the rest of the green centerpiece, basically, but it was very geographic. And one of the things that we've learned over this couple of years of COVID is that geography and where you are in place doesn't necessarily relate to what you're learning and how you're connecting with things. And so it's not just about where that particular boundary line is, and you stop doing environmental things when you leave the Lila boundary. It's really about all of the different assets that work together. And so this is, with the new version, one of the things that illustrates the creativity I mentioned a minute ago. Rather than thinking of this as a map with two different colors on it, the new image we're working on for this master strategy is the idea of a tree, which of course makes sense for something that's the green centerpiece. But if you look at the picture here, and the idea that the folks on the partnership came up with is the notion that the roots of the tree are those partner organizations. They're really the foundation. That's the origin. That's where things get started. The trunk of the tree is the master strategy that gives everybody direction, gives everybody that common communication. Then when you think about the branches, you can think about the different places within the green centerpiece, whether that's a facility like Lisdola's new facility, whether that's trails, whether that's the area to be restored, whether that's the park and trail connections to Lila, whether that's the virtual connection to activities in the green centerpiece. Those are the different kinds of places that we think, if you can think of those as the branches, and then the leaves are the particular action items. So those may change over time. Leaves may come and go. We may finish something. We may add a new one in terms of the action items. But that overall approach to the green centerpiece really gives it a much different and more holistic approach and kind of image, I guess, as to what we're trying to accomplish with the green centerpiece and its role throughout not only Lila itself, but the rest of the green centerpiece area and the rest of Lewisville. So I think that's just one indication of the kind of creativity and collaboration that we're seeing as we're working on updating this now. We are recalibrating the action items based on the experiences that the partners have had over the last several years, the other capital investments that have been made, the work that Stacy has been doing on the trail systems and the Thrive Nature Park and those aspects of the broader Lewisville community's open spaces. So all of those things are being reflected as we go along. And also the interests of the new leaders in the organizations, like the new research leadership at UNT, I think is bringing some really strong new ideas to the table. And lastly, as with other parts of your efforts, This update will have more attention to the principles of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, another lesson we've emphasized over the last few years. So as we go through the process of updating the strategy, we're really incorporating all of those threads and all of those approaches into something that overall, I think when you come back to it, you'll see this tree and you'll see the enthusiasm for the kind of growth and the collaboration that has been going on to create this. So it's really a tremendously exciting time for the master strategy, and part of that is the ideas that the city is working on and how this is going to tie in with the other city efforts. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Chris, and he's going to tell you about the city's action items.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. So I'm going to get us started kind of elaborating on the specific action items that the City of Lewisville is looking to accomplish as part of the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy. First, we're going to look at marketing, and we want to develop a specific marketing plan with the Green Centerpiece. We want to talk about how we're going to utilize various media channels. That's going to be print media, online presence, digital, social media, all these things. How do we utilize that to reach people and really communicate what we're doing within the Green Centerpiece? We want to use it to advertise all of our programs, events, our facilities, ways to volunteer, and help keep people involved. Part of that, as I mentioned with the website, is going through a redesign, which is happening now. We hope to have that website launched within 2022 and make it a easier place for people to navigate and find information, have it be, mobile friendly and all these things to make sure that people can have access to information clearly, quickly, and that it's accurate at the same time. We want to produce multilingual materials to make sure that we are addressing people of all cultures and languages, Spanish, Chen, make sure that that's not a reason for people not to know what's going on. And also collaborating with our partners at UNT. They've already expressed interest in working with us and their esteemed art design programs, marketing things, and using their students to help us have a very presentable image and things that are capturing and engaging as we put this together. I also want to point out on these slides, you'll note some of the items have asterisks next to them, and you'll see in the footnote, if you can read it, that what that indicates is that these are items that are being pulled directly from our interpretive plan that was completed in 2019. So just to show that we're merging all of these strategic plans that we have out at LELA together to make sure that there's crossover and that tasks are being accomplished dually within different plans at the same time. The next part of this is getting environmentally inspired public art within LELA and the Green Centerpiece. We want to install art displays at our gateways and in key locations throughout the Green Centerpiece. The reason for that is at a gateway, we want it to be clear that you are now entering a new ecosystem, make that notable, give you that distinction that you are now in the Green Centerpiece. You've stepped away from the urban lifestyle that you were in, and now you're in a new space. You're in a space of nature. And then finding key locations throughout LELA, throughout the Green Centerpiece to place art that as people find them, hear about them, it's going to draw you in and have you explore that space as you try to find all these different installations. And of course, we want to use local talent and give people a voice, honor the different communities and cultures that we have, and that's something we can accomplish through these art pieces. And we'll do that by incorporating a lot of this with the Lewisville Public Art Plan as well. I know that the Green Centerpiece and Extending the Green concepts are already built into that, so we want to just continue to build on that as we move forward. And then finally, identifying partners for supporting our programs and facilities. We're always going to do everything we can with the resources we have financially, with labor, all these things, but we can always do more with partners, and they can help us find new opportunities that may or may not have been available to us. So that's important to us, finding whether it's local vendors, community groups, institutions like UNT, like the school district, finding anyone who shares our values and can work with us to help us give more to the residents of Lewisville, to surrounding areas, and anyone that happens to visit us out at the Green Centerpiece. So moving on to programming, it's going to be important that we offer lots of programs for people to take part in, whether that's recreational programs, educational programs, volunteering. We want to encourage participants that come out to find a connection with nature and really instill that. And that's what this is all about, is helping people realize and appreciate what nature does for us and our impact on it as humans, and respecting that, and how do we make that connection for people. So as it says, this includes programs at Leela within the Green Centerpiece, also outreach into the community, and even virtual, as we've seen over the last 2 years with COVID. We were pushed into a lot of virtual options, and we've seen people be able to make connections using that. So that's something that we want to build on and continue with virtual programs, hybrid programs. That's a whole new way to reach people that maybe weren't accessible before. Another thing we want to do is develop a residential planting certification program for native species within the city of Lewisville. What that involves is educating people on what native species are, the benefits of them, things like they require less water, they're better for native wildlife as a source of food, it's good for the biodiversity of the ecosystem, and then allowing people to receive a certification showing that they have received this information, they understand it, so that then they can take it home and create native landscapes within their own yard that would meet code requirements within the city of Lewisville. We think that'll be beneficial to the community, and that's something that we want to work towards. We also want to create events and activities that bring people out to the Green Centerpiece. Some of them that we already do on a yearly basis are listed. Our Mary Postas event coming up in May, Christmas at the Cabin, and then our newest event coming up in April, Run Leela, which is going to be a trail run. We invite everyone out to join us if you would like to do so. I know I see some runners out in the crowd. We want to promote ecotourism and opportunities as well, and we believe that all of our events should be accessible and welcoming to all people. We want to help remove any barriers, whether that's transportation, whether that's costs and fees, anything we can to make sure that people feel included and welcome. Going back to the justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion that Karen mentioned, which is now a large piece of this master strategy. And then finally, also dealing with programming and events, and really the entire facility as a whole, is program evaluation, establishing a system for collecting feedback and analyzing that to impact our future decisions. We want to know, what do people enjoy about what we're doing? What do they not enjoy about what we're doing? We want to explore why people sought us out. What are they getting from it? Did you come out to have fun and have a good time? Did you come out because you're working on your wellness? Are you trying to get fit? And whatever your reason was, did we meet that for you? And if we didn't, what could we do differently? So figuring out why people are using us and how we can help them meet their needs, and looking at it from a total experience. We want to know, how did you hear about us? How did you get to us? Were you able to find us? Were you able to get the information that you needed? How was the program? How was the instructor? After you left, what was the experience like? Follow up. What can we do? We want it from point A to point Z, not just focusing on just the program, but the entire experience as a whole, to make sure that we're capturing everything and making the best experience possible for our guests. And then looking at volunteers, we want to create standard volunteer procedures. With this being a partnership with the school district, with UNT, with the Corps, there's a lot of moving parts. And when people currently come to volunteer, they're kind of funneled into one organization or the other, and those criteria don't always meet up. So you can find a situation where you can volunteer for UNT, but you're not approved to volunteer with the city, or you are approved with the school district, but you're not approved with our Friends of Leela group. And so we want to work on finding a way that someone can volunteer with our group, and all the partner organizations would honor that same volunteer application, background check, whatever it needs. So we're just working towards a standardization of that, as well as some training would come with that, so that you're trained in all aspects of it. And then just finding ways to make sure that our volunteers feel engaged and that they're getting a personal reward out of it, because we don't want someone to just come volunteer one time and say, meh, and then we don't see them again. We want to make sure that they're excited to come back, they're telling their friends about it. That's going to expand our volunteer program. So really locking down and analyzing how we can do that for our volunteers. and creating a Friends of Leela agreement. We've worked with our Friends group for many years now. We have a great relationship with them, but we're working on making something more formal so that expectations are clear, agreements are clear, responsibilities are clear. They're for it as well. They're excited to do the same thing. We're kind of leaving that as an action item more in their court, but we're side by side with them. We're going to collaborate on it. And so that's another thing that we're working towards as part of the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy. And so after that, I think Stacy's going to take us.
You can see how stoked we are to have Chris as a part of our team. He's really knowledgeable and understanding of where we want to take our green centerpiece and extend it out into the rest of the community. He's a great representative, not only for the Parks Department, but all of the city. So now we're going to go into some of the plan development and execution. So obviously we want to make sure that we incorporate connectivity to the green centerpiece into our healthy infrastructure, and that we look at what maintenance and care of the tree canopy is, right? Extending the green is a big part of that. And then also, how should we be looking at land acquisition within the green centerpiece? Are there key pieces of that area that we should be buying, and should there be development of it, or should we just be purchasing and letting it sit as more of a preserve and natural space? So we want to do that. And then we want to make sure that we integrate the green centerpiece master strategy into the sustainability plan, making sure that we're looking at those native planting ordinances. How are we looking at our development code to make sure that we're incentivizing green practices for not only us as we build places like at Thrive where we have the bioswales, but where could we incentivize other people to do that? How do we look at our own maintenance practices to make sure that we're not maintaining our public spaces in a manner that's detrimental to our ecosystem? And how do we really look at access to the green centerpiece? You know, we don't want everybody just to get in their car and drive there. We want to make sure that we have connectivity. You know, Claire's always talking that all roads lead to Leela type thing. And so then also, Lake Park Master Plan, we talked a little bit about that. That's a big central focus of the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy, and making sure make sure that development and implementation harkens back to what we're trying to achieve with this strategy. And then, of course, the Leela Interpretive Plan. Chris mentioned it a little bit. It not only talks about signage and experiences within within Leela, but how do we look at programming and how do we get that out into the community so more people know about Leela and feel comfortable to come explore it. And then in terms of maintenance, not only does that we need to make sure that our maintenance practices are good throughout the entire community, but we're really looking at how do we maintain the facilities in Leela. You know, we've got the cabin. When James did the last, I think, resident survey, the cabin was one of the most popular structures in Leela, and what drew them in to come there, and what was a memorable experience for them. So how do we put together a plan and work with facility services to make sure that we look at not only the current structures, but future structures that might be built in Leela and the centerpiece? We also need to look at making sure that we actually build a program beyond Leela that, you know, is purposeful and intentional in terms of making sure that we have enough maintenance support inside Leela to make sure those trails and the active areas are safe for everyone to enjoy. But then also looking outside of that, how do we put together a structure so that we can bring some of those same philosophies out into the park system? You know, we started with the Prairie Creek Urban Forest Management Program, which we've gone through and removed some invasives in some areas close to I-35. We've been starting pollinator way stations and prairies throughout the community, so that not only are we giving a little place for, you know, our furry and feathered friends to feed and live, but also we don't have to mow all the time, right? It lowers our operational expenses. And then looking how we can expand that Prairie Creek Urban Management Program into the Timber Creek and Central Park urban forest areas, because if you've been out there, you know that we're being attacked by privet, and we need to get rid of it so that we can make sure that tree canopy there is safe. And then how do we integrate all those things into just our standard operating procedures, not only on the maintenance side, but on the programmatic side as well. When we're offering programs at Thrive, one of our big things is making sure that, you come in, you don't see a water bottle, right? You see compostable stuff, that you see a reusable water bottle there. And then we kind of compressed what capital investments and projects should be, right? So obviously landfill redevelopment is going to be big for us over the next 30 to 50 years. What are those spaces going to look like as those landfills close down and we regain those as public spaces, working with waste management to see if we can do some trails and planting pollinator areas there as well. And then I talked about a little bit of the purchase and design and improvement of places within the green centerpiece. We picked up the Dewey properties about 18 months ago. Are there other properties we should be looking at? And then looking at what our capital investment should be and public infrastructure should be in Leela. Not only is it about perhaps the potential of a nature center, but it's also about our trails. We're going to start a rating system of our trails within Leela. Is it easy? Is it a little bit more difficult to navigate? So when people arrive there, they know what effort level it's going to be to get through that trail each time. We have plans to look at a canoe and kayak facility improved within Leela. Now we're not going to go as robust as we did at 3040 because that hard industrial looking infrastructure doesn't need to be in Leela, but how can we make sure that the experience of getting down to the river is a little bit easier, those who might be mobility challenged? And then looking at our tree canopy, right? The tree canopy within Leela is also important to protect and immediately around there as well. So we need to make sure that we have good practices there and then out through the rest of the park system and just throughout all of Lewisville, because that is an important, critical factor of it making it the most livable town in the Metroplex. And then also looking at that long looming thing that we've been talking about for a while is what should the Nature Center look like? It's gone through several iterations of imagination with when the Audubon was included, when it looked like we should only do one facility before Lisdola was built, and we really need to probably come back together as partners and kind of imagine what it should be, where the location, what should access be to it, and talking through the core whether it's feasible to have access from that side on Business 121, which I think is critical, but how do we manage what the sensitive area that you would enter into Leela is on that side and protect it. And then how should we pay for it? Should we look for the bond program in 2024 to include an element of that? Right now, it's kind of planned that way. So that's what we've been looking at as a city, is really looking at those things. But our partners have been putting together some action plans as well. And obviously, with LISD, they're going to really be focusing on the education programs and us looking and working with Chris and his team about how we can ensure that our curriculum for those things, when we're hosting it on the Leela side, that they meet all those standards for that test that demoralizes students and handcuffs teachers. I'll never stop saying that until that goes away. But that we're looking and bringing in guest speakers who can speak to those things and keep kids and adults engaged. They're looking at connecting with the real world research opportunities and then making sure that they have a mentorship program for their elementary school nature science programs. And then they are also going to be taking the lead in tandem with the Friends of Leela and the Master Naturalist and our team on a citizen science program, making sure that not only are we introducing people to the native and natural world, but also teaching them how to document and learn and track and see how our footprint impacts them. And then also we talked about the volunteer program consolidation. At UNT, they really have made a turnaround with Dr. Amy Lund taking over their Erie school and the leader there. She's incredible and has a lot of energy and really sees the possibilities of what Leela and the partnership with UNT can mean for their students, and creating that pipeline of potential students and researchers from Lewisville into UNT. They're really looking at creating research support and coursework that's going to happen within Leela and really expanding that program. They oversee the native plant nursery out there, and then they're also looking at certification programs. So maybe it's not a degree, but there's certification you could go through with their students and volunteers, and a potential for our staff to be certified in some of the stuff that they're teaching in terms of ecology and biology and such, which would be a real big bonus and sell, especially as we're looking for retention efforts and what it's like for recruiting. If we've got this little nugget that we can offer potential employees to start on a certification program that might get them into a pipeline to getting a degree, wow, that's a pretty amazing sell as a benefit. And then they're also working with LISD on a plant-a-thon where the kids are coming out and planting on the east side of the property. And then they're also in charge of implementing the restoration plan, which includes many types of tools to do that. The Corps, obviously, they're interested in us maintaining the continued operations not only of Leela, but what's happening in and around Lewisville Lake. They also are interested in making sure that we continue a prescribed burn management program. Now, I was like, brilliant. I was like, oh, you teed me up. Yes, that is one of their action items. UNT executes it, and so there's obviously some coordination that needs to go on there, and we've been in touch with some of the people at the Corps and at UNT so we can get a better handle on that. They also have a white-tailed deer management program, which is pretty neat out there, and every December they do a hunt for wounded warriors or kids with special abilities, and that's a pretty neat time out there. And so it kind of goes to our Jedi focus. And then a fisheries management program, LAIR continues out there. And then they talk about surveillance. So one of the things that, if you don't know, is as you're approaching Leela up Keeley, the property up to the point that, well, right now if you drive by, it's kind of across from the winery, and it's been cleared for the construction trailers that were there for the dam construction. That's actually in a separate lease with the city for utilities. But part of the requirement for that lease is that the city have surveillance cameras to watch who comes in and out of Leela. Now, the interesting thing is they keep telling us that we're not living up to it, but they've failed to put in their cameras yet, so I don't know what we're supposed to surveil with them. But we're working on getting that done, and that runs actually out of the ULM office, because where they're watching all the utility and water and treatment plants, that's where those cameras are monitored. So we'll continue on that, and we'll also be talking about what the use of that lease should be in the future. Now, with the Friends of Leela, we talked a little bit about it. We need to get them under agreement. They've kind of been supporting the efforts at Leela at risk. You know, they operate our visitor center, and so we need to get them under an agreement. They're also managing the agreement with the local chapter of the Texas Master Naturalists to help us out there with restoration efforts, and that's actually something that's growing beyond Leela into 11 spots throughout Lewisville. They're going to help us when we go in and develop the property in the Triangle neighborhood. They're helping us determine what the native plants should be and kind of modeling what the 3 ecosystems that merge in Lewisville are. So we're really excited about that, and being able to support some educational programs out there. So we're really excited about the way the partnership is really coming together. Oh, and just to let you know, the Friends of Leela are not on the lease. They're just partners in the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy. So our next steps, and these aren't necessarily in any specific, yes?
Are they actually a 501c3? Or
Yes, sir, they are. And if you remember, when we talked a little bit of what we think the Park Alliance should be, and we talked about a triad between the Park Alliance, KLB, they were the third leg in that stool.
I just couldn't remember if they had.
Yes, sir, they do have that. So these aren't necessarily in order, but we've got a couple of things coming up that we need to do. The lease for the Corps is up for renewal soon. And so we need to, each one of the 3 partners needs to submit a request for renewal, and we're going to be doing that. And we're going to be taking another run at a 50-year lease in our request. So we'll see how it goes. We might be told no, but we'll make that happen. Chris mentioned we're having the Run Leela event. It's on April 23rd, which I know is the same day as Colorpalooza, but it will be happening at 7 o'clock in the morning, and it's only a 5K, so it should just take us a couple hours to get through. Just kidding. Well, it depends. You take your time. If you're looking at nature and birding, it might take you a while. I don't know. 5K stroll. Stroll. Yeah. So then we need to have a joint meeting with the school board to talk about adopting this Green Centerpiece Master Strategy and talk about how we move forward and set the stage for that nature center charrette. And we talked to the school district earlier this week, and they say sometime in April and May would be prime for it. So, and just to let you know, Dr. Rapp is just as excited and committed to the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy as Dr. Rogers was. So we're excited about that continued thread of support and celebration of what we're trying to do. We need to obviously adopt the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy. If we could get that done before we put our request for renewal in, that'd be great. If not, we'll just amend it and go on. And then, of course, we need to have our Nature Center charrette. I think would probably set that date when we're doing that joint meeting for with the school district.
One thing that Stacy talked about in a slide was really the opportunity to continue discussions with our landfills, whether it's DFW that is approaching that interim phase before post-closure, Lewisville landfill ramping back up. Both of those are in the footprint of the Green Centerpiece. Is that not correct, Stacy?
Yes, sir.
With Camelot and the Elm Fork of the Trinity River. So we're going to schedule meetings, or we're continuing meetings with representatives of Waste Management with Mr. Losa about opportunities for dedication of small lakes, infrastructure easements, trail easements, that interconnect, to provide that connectivity that will embrace the Green Centerpiece as well. And again, I think that's something that's going to be very important through time, that we get those ironed out, especially with DFW. Staff is working on a comprehensive monster report, white paper report, that we will present as a presentation as well, hopefully in April, that will outline all 3 landfills, the history of where those were, and all the things that were put into those that, again, can contribute to the Green Centerpiece: infrastructure, roadways, dedications, easements, obligations that have been worked out through time, and then what we can possibly do for the future. So we will map out those 3 landfills and lay out all the groundwork, be a good tool for the future, for future councils, board members, staff, because there's quite a bit of history on all 3 of those pieces of property. So we'll hopefully bring that in April or May. And I think that this is a good opportunity to embrace those footprints into the Green Centerpiece, as well as the outreaching legs for extending the green. So look for that in April or May.
At this point, I think we're seeking if you guys have any questions or concerns. Are we headed the right direction with the action items that we've set forth? Is there anything that's giving you guys pause, or is it full steam ahead?
I have no heartburn.
I'm full steam ahead. I was just curious. I noticed you skipped over, there was a slide on the action item for the renewal of the lease.
Oh.
Did I miss that, or?
No, I probably skipped over it.
I
need to
don't
get my
have any questions
contacts
about it. I
redone.
just
Right.
wondered if there was a reason for skipping that, because
No.
you did mention the renewal.
I
so.
think, yeah, we just got to move forward with it. So
Okay.
we're drafting them right now. I just talked to Craig over at the LISD. They're drafting their letter. It's strange. They ask each partner separately how to approach it with a request, and so we're trying to make sure that our letters all look the same.
That's how the PD does it too, when they're interviewing people after an event. All separate.
No.
Thanks for the heads
You
up.
had personal knowledge of that?
Too soon.
Too soon. All right.
Council, any other?
Thank you.
I've got two.
Oh,
First is, if Waste Management hasn't offered, they've got a wonderful, retired landfill in Fort Worth. So a tour of that is probably well
Rick-
needed.
Rick and Steve have been talking about that, the council tour of that, as well as staff, would be a great field trip.
Yeah, I
in the
think that'd
future.
be a great opportunity to kind of see what's possible. The other one is, and it's kind of my big concern, is the timeline. I would hate to be having council and joint board meetings before that bridge is figured out. I just, if the Corps comes back to us and says no bridge, that's a whole different conversation than we could have with the bridge being functional. So I'd be curious your thoughts on that.
we've been talking about that. In fact, it was a topic of our conversation at our last partners meeting, and one of the things that we've asked is, so James Murphy has been kind of promoted to a position that can help us really navigate this within the district, and I think Claire, Gina, and Eric and I are probably gonna go out and do some tours over there and have some pretty tough and revelatory conversations about how we should approach that bridge and what it should be.
I just, they're two completely different conversations, and that's just, to me, that's a real big
Right.
choke point.
Well,
on
you know, and even if we have access from the eastern side, it's probably gonna be sold and limited as a pedestrian and bicycle one with limited vehicles moving on, but that bridge will be a critical point, because if it's not there, we can't get across.
Yeah, and I don't mean choke point in the process of mobility. I mean choke point in the process of opportunities to use the space and partner.
Yes.
So,
And I wanted to clarify, because it made me think that it might be tied together in council members' minds. So there's two different, and I may be misreading what you're saying. There's two different processes. One is the joint meeting with the school board, which is really to talk about all of the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy, whereas the Nature Center is in there, but it's really a placeholder saying, we're gonna have a charrette, we have no idea what that's gonna look like, we're kind of generally
Okay.
moving forward. There's another one that's a Nature Center charrette, which I 100% agree with you. I think we can't go in there without tying down those basic fundamental access issues. So I think we could probably move forward with a joint meeting with just conceptually, because a lot of these action steps are not tied to what's happening with that nature center. But before we decide we're gonna build $1 million, multi-million-dollar project, we need to know access.
Right.
For sure.
And
okay,
to add on to that is not East Hill Park, which is known as Spillway Park, which abuts Leela up there. It's also is mentioned in here, but it's also part of the healthy infrastructure plan to figure out what our use and development of that area, which adds another touch point to Leela because they abut.
right,
So-
right. That's great. So, okay, great. Thank you. That
Yeah.
helps clarify a bit.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. With that, we will go ahead and move into affordable housing tools. We have Ashley Farron and Raymond Guajardo Sr. When y'all are ready.
I was actually going to introduce this before they get up there, so, just to tell you what the purpose of the presentation is. So the purpose of this is really, we are already starting talking with developers, and you've seen some. You saw recently a senior housing LIHTC project that came forward to get your approval or your recommendation of support. But in doing so, we've got the housing study that's kind of floating out there, and they'll talk a little bit more about that. But anytime you do an affordable housing project, you typically have to layer multiple tools on top of one another to make it financially work. So this is really an education presentation so that all of council understands those tools at a fundamental, like at a high level, so that when we come back to you and we're layering this on, you already understand what some of those and how those work together. And we're gonna do it project-based so that Ramon can educate you guys on that. And then Ashley's gonna talk a lot about history and kind of how we got here. So I'll hand it off to Ashley with that.
Test. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Again, my name's Ashley Ferry, and I'm the Neighborhood Services Coordinator here at the city, and we'll get started in just a second. Alrighty, so like Claire said, why are we here? So in the 2025 vision plan and our sustainability plan, which were both had a lot of community input and also council approval, and in both of those plans, there's a lot of information and need for affordable housing and what that looks like here in Lewisville. And one thing I wanted to show you, not only that rental rates are increasing, have increased 18% in the past year, but also this chart is something that's so fascinating to me. The line at the bottom, that is the median income of Lewisville, and you can see how it is just flat, while the top line that is increasing is the median price of homes in Lewisville. So that is just continuing to skyrocket while our income of our Lewisville residents is staying pretty flat over multiple years. This starts in 2012 on this chart. So it's just something I love to point out because people don't think about that, but it's continuing to stay flat. So Claire did present to council at retreat in 2019. A lot of things have happened since then. So just a recap, she laid out trends and assessments of the current affordable housing, what we as staff could pull together. And then we also looked at what current programs we had. We used to have a CDBG-funded housing rehab program and a first-time homebuyer program that were not doing very well. And so we brought those programs to council to say, this is where we're at, this is what's going on. There are some ways that we can fix these programs, but let's take a pause and see what else is out there, what else can we be doing? And so council directed us to explore our Housing Finance Corporation and how we could leverage that. And then also any new multifamily that was coming in that may have an affordable housing piece to it would be considered on a case-by-case basis. And then hiring a consultant to do a housing study. A little more details. So we have all of these apartments that are listed here have residents that receive Section 8 vouchers. So in Lewisville right now, we have about 200 Section 8 vouchers in our city, and 6 of these apartments are also receiving low-income housing tax credits. So there's 6 of those that also have Section 8 vouchers. And then these apartment complexes, I like to show this map because it shows how spread out they are across the city. They're not congregated in one area. We have a really good swath of apartments. They're all up and down 35. And then the salmon color ones, those are our what's called LIHTC apartment complexes. So that housing study, it was delayed. We had started to put the RFP out at the beginning of 2020, and then we know what happened there. So that got put on pause with COVID and budget restrictions. And then now with the timing of it, CDBG, we are required to do a consolidated plan, which is a 5-year strategic plan for our CDBG funds every 5 years. And that is due in August of this year. So we are starting that process. And the data that's going to be pulled from that plan is going to be really beneficial to our housing strategy plan. So because of the timing of the con plan, we are holding off on the housing strategy plan until we can get that data pulled for con plan to then use for our housing strategy plan. So hopefully we'll get that RFP out early summer. And then that housing strategy plan, there's going to be 2 phases. We're going to take that data from the con plan, but then expand on it. We're going to look at our employment centers, analyzing jobs and wages, and then economic growth patterns. And then the second phase is going to be that toolkit. One piece of that is Ramon, who will talk in just a minute, but also looking at how we can be partnering with our employment centers, how we can be using sustainability to any future or new development for affordable housing, and then continuing to move forward with any projects that are coming up. So the Housing Finance Corporation, that is a corporation to assist low to moderate income residents acquire safe and sanitary housing and increase the tax base of the local government. So we did have a Lewisville Housing Finance Corporation who sold bonds that were not obligated by the city, but instead of pay back through the rental revenues of from the finance development. Ours was created in 1992. And what all started that was the Wellington Park Apartments. The owners of those apartment complexes reached out to the city and were interested in, to see if we were interested in purchasing the property to keep 35% of those units affordable. So the city actually partnered with a nonprofit, and the city paid $49,000. The nonprofit paid for the rest of it, and then that was kind of it on that property. And then in '97, we sold bonds, about $12 million in bonds, the Housing Finance Corporation, to finance the construction of the villages of Tuscany, or what are now Tuscany at Lake Point over by Target. And then revenue that was received through that Tuscany apartment was used as matching funds for another HUD program called Home Funds. And we used those funds for about a year to rehab single-family homes in Lewisville. So where is this Housing Finance Corporation today? It is inactive. The last time we can find anything was from 2012. And that was to amend something for the Tuscany apartments. But there is no board right now, so something later will come to you is if we want to bring the Housing Finance Corporation back. Does the council want to be the board for that finance corporation? And we'll go from there. And I'm going to pass it over to Ramon. Yeah, that one.
Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you. This morning I want to share some information about projects that have been done, how they were structured, the tools that were used to accomplish those projects, and then discuss those tools that you may have as you move forward in trying to achieve your goals in providing workforce affordable housing in your community. The first example I want to show is it's a unique concept, sort of new. This is single-family rentals. They're individual houses, but they're rental houses, and usually they're put in multi-family zoning areas. This is a project that's being developed in Fort Worth in partnership with Ohala Holdings out of Dallas as the developer, and then Fort Worth Housing Solutions. It is 240 cottage homes on a 20-acre tract, so it's quite dense. The average rents are about $1,500 per month. This is both the affordable and the market rate units. This complex is mixed income. 50% of the units are market rate, and 50% are at rents for families that are at 80% of AMI or less, average median income. It is a gated community, and groundbreaking took place in Fort Worth this past October. This is a site or a photo of the site that was taken last month. The lower part is where Horseman Street is. That's the western boundary of this development. And again, the top is to the east. Here's another photo. As you can tell, this development is right next to single-family development. It's going to blend in with a single family. There was not any opposition for this type of development to be put in there. There was excitement that it was single family, so it is a unique type of development. There are, I believe there's one or two in Arlington and a couple in McKinney that have been in place for about 5 years. So it's relatively new product that several communities are excited about. This particular development is owned by a private-public partnership that includes a public facility corporation. The PFC owns the land, leases it to the partnership. Even the PFC could be the general contractor to save on sales taxes. This is a tax-exempt development. The funding included a private loan and some private investment also. The project and the structure allowed for some benefit to come back to the city or the housing authority for fees and share of the revenue. Another example, this is a unique development. Hunter Plaza is in downtown Fort Worth. This building was constructed in the mid-1950s as a hotel. In the mid-1970s, the Housing Authority bought it and converted to a public housing development. It was closed for a couple of years, and I believe in 2015, it was developed as a mixed-income development, 184 units. Again, I believe it has about 60-something market rate units, and the rest are affordable. This was quite a challenge to develop this property. Again, the ownership is a public-private partnership. It is tax exempt. The funding sources was quite an array of sources. We used the 4% low-income tax credits. I'll go over that in a little while. Private activity bonds, a city loan, a grant from the TIF, a city loan, a grant from the Home Loan Bank. We used federal and state historical tax credits, HUD capital funds, CDBG funds, and a bank loan. I believe there were about 9 or 10 different funding sources. It wasn't easy. It took us about 2 years to put together, but today it sits there functional. It's a great asset to the downtown community and also to the workforce of downtown. This next example, also in Fort Worth, this was an acquisition of a market rate development. It was renovated and then converted to affordable housing. It's 168 units. Again, the ownership is public-private partnership. It is tax exempt. This one was a little bit simpler in funding sources. We use a 9% low-income tax credit award, a loan from the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and then also a loan with city home funds from the city of Fort Worth. This project is located on the western part of Fort Worth. The next project is, again, a little bit different. Cambridge Court, also on the west side of Fort Worth. This was acquired by the Housing Authority from foreclosure from HUD. We bought it on the courthouse steps on a Tuesday morning for $100 from HUD. It's 330 units. It was renovated and converted to affordable housing. Again, the ownership is public-private. It is tax exempt, and we use a 9% tax credit and a loan from the bank to finance the project. I've talked about tax exemption in all of these examples. That is a very key funding tool. On tax exemptions for affordable units, the determination of the exemption is made by the appraisal district. The tax entities, the city, the county, the school district are not involved in it. The government code, the Texas government code, and the tax code both provide for an opportunity for affordable housing to be exempt based on certain criteria that's laid out in the state code. It talks about that the land must be owned by a public entity, the ownership must meet certain state guidelines, at least 50% of the units must be available and the rent set for households that are at least 80% or less of the area median income. And the public entity must have the opportunity to purchase the property, have the right of first refusal before it can be sold to anyone else. Again, the appraisal district makes the determination of the eligibility of the project to be tax exempt. One of the tools also, an organization that you can partner with is a community housing development organization, more commonly known as a CHODO. It's a private, nonprofit, community-based organization. It's got to have a staff to be able to develop affordable housing. And to receive a CHODO designation from HUD, which would allow it to receive certain programs and assistance from HUD, it must meet certain legal status. The organizational must include a board of directors whose members live in the community that they're going to serve, must show that they have the capacity and experience to develop affordable housing. A CHODO may go to a taxing entity like the city or the school district and ask for up to 50% tax abatement for a certain period of years for that development. So it's not an automatic tax abatement. The taxing entities must approve it. I talked about low-income housing tax credits. It is probably one of the most common financial tools that's being used today. It is an IRS program. Many people believe that it is a HUD program, but it is not. It is an IRS program. Basically, it allows that a tax-paying entity, usually large banks, insurance companies, syndicates, instead of paying taxes, they're allowed to invest in a affordable development in a community, and they will get credit dollar for dollar for that investment that they make in that low-income development. So Chase Bank, instead of paying $50 million to the IRS, may invest $50 million in a low-income project in the community, and they get that credit against their IRS liability. There are two programs. There's a 9% and a 4% program. The 9% is very competitive. For instance, in the Region 3 that Lewisville is in, that includes Dallas, Fort Worth, and Denton, there may be about 9% grants that are awarded a year. There may be up to 100 applications for those 10 awards. So very competitive, but it is worth it because with a 9% award, you may be able to get up to 55 to 60% of your construction costs is underwritten by that tax credit award. The 4% is termed not to be competitive, but in the last couple of years, it's become very competitive. It used to be that anyone that would apply for a 4% tax credit allocation would get it. It's just a matter of going through the process. Now it's become very competitive. I believe right now maybe only 2/3 of the applications that go in for a 4% are actually funded. And that's because the state has a cap of how many awards it can give per year. And let me just add, I didn't put it on there, but the other tax credits that can be used is historical tax credits, both federal and state. If an entity is going to acquire or has a historically designated building and do an adaptive reuse for housing, you can apply for federal tax credits. Usually they provide between 20 to 35% of your construction cost. You combine those with the low-income housing tax credits, you're well on the way to pretty much financing the bulk of that construction. We've talked about bonds being issued by a public entity. There's the private activity bonds that are tied to the 4% low-income housing tax credits. The bonds are authorized by the Texas Board Review Board, and they issued under a certain cap. Like I said, it has become very competitive. There is a cap of how many bonds can be issued per year. It can be issued locally. Your HFC, your PFC can issue these bonds, or they can be issued by a state agency. Recently, there's been a new tool that's come on the scene, a government purpose bonds. These bonds can be issued by a PFC. There's no cap as to how many, the amount of bonds that can be issued by any one community or statewide. The proceeds from the sale of these bonds can be used to fund affordable housing. The good thing is they're non-recourse bonds, and you can issue bonds to cover up to 100% of the cost of the development as long as the cash flow from that development shows they will cover the debt for those bonds. So it's a new tool. I only know of 2 projects that have been done this past year under this program. They were both done in El Paso. We're doing a lot of research as to find out the details of how it works, the advantages and disadvantages of this program. Again, there's HUD-issued loans. HUD has two different types of programs to help either refinance, acquire, or construct affordable housing. The first one is the 221D4 loans. It can be used for new construction, acquisition, and renovation. If you're going to use it for renovation, you have to commit to invest up to $40,000 per door in the renovation. This is probably the most popular HUD program available. Most entities that go to HUD will use this one. But they do have another program, the 223F program. It can be used for acquisition and refinancing. But because of the details and the requirements, very few people use this program for acquisition. They mostly use it for refinancing of existing properties. The advantage of HUD financing, it provides a lower rate, it's a non-recourse loan, and you can get a higher loan-to-value ratio. You can borrow more for a property. The disadvantage, it's a bureaucracy. It will take quite a bit longer to process a HUD loan than you do a private loan. Many developers will weigh, can I afford to spend 4 or 5 months, maybe up to 6 months processing the loan in order to get a lower interest rate and a higher loan-to-value ratio. So, usually you have to look at each individual project and determine, is it worth going after a HUD loan or not? Another HUD-issued loan is using your Section 108. That's your CDBG funds. You can leverage your allocation of CDBG funds for a loan that will cover several years. Some communities do not like to commit their CDBG funds into the future. Some feel this is a good way to get projects done. Again, it's up to the policymakers in each community. Public or private equity. Again, it can be a very useful tool, and you probably say, why would a private entity want to contribute? Many times they will for a guaranteed preferred rate of return on their investment, and they will usually say that their return is preferred amongst all of the other returns to other partners. So many times you do have a private partner that's willing to do that. You see that a lot on your PFC model funding where you have no tax credits involved. It's just strictly a public-private partnership. And then you may have the public equity contribution. Again, the city of Fort Worth or the city of Lewisville may say, look, this project is very important to us, but there's a $50,000 gap, and you decide it's worth the value of putting $50,000 into this deal to make it work for the benefit of the community. And then you may have a foundation that may have the same sentiment. They're willing to put in some of their funds into it to be able to make it go. So again, there's different sources of equity that you could search out. You never know when you find a willing partner to come in and to close that gap. In the ownership structure, there's different tools that you can utilize from the organizational level internally. You have the city council, you have the Housing Finance Corporation, and you may want to create a PFC to form these partnerships. Externally, you may have a housing authority that you want to partner with. I know recently the city of Lewisville partnered with the Plano Housing Authority to do Oak Tree, to renovate that project and to maintain its affordability. One other one that I probably could include in here is the school district. There's many communities that the cities, the school district, the housing authorities, the PFC will partner to create affordable housing, to provide housing for their staffing. So that's another entity. As far as structures, the public-private, usually you have to have a public entity involved. And then you can have a private developer or a private investor involved in the partnership. Let me just quickly talk about public facility cooperation. There's a possibility that you may want to consider creating this instrument to help you move forward. A PFC, again, it's authorized by the local government code, Title IX. A sponsor of a PFC can be a municipality, a county, a school district, housing authority, or a special district. And the purpose is to construct, acquire, rehabilitate, renovate, repair, equip, furnish, and place in service a public facility. Affordable housing is considered a public facility. So you can create a PFC to help you to do a transaction for affordable housing. As far as the governance, the sponsored organization will appoint the board of directors of the PFC. You can appoint members of your choosing. You can appoint yourself as being the director of the PFC. That's up to you. It's a policy decision. The actual structure can be very simple. You have the partnership that usually owns the improvements of a development, the buildings. The land is owned by a public entity. It could be the city, it could be your HFC, it could be a PFC. You have a general partner, which usually owns maybe 1% of the partnership. It can, again, be your PFC. It can be a limited liability company created by the city whose sole member may be your PFC or HFC. On the other side, you have your limited partner. That's usually your private investor or your tax credit purchaser that has actual money. They will own probably 99% of the partnership. If it's a tax credit transaction after 15 years, the limited partner, your tax credit investor, has gotten all the credits they're going to get, and they usually want out, and they will exit the transaction. So that's a very simple structure. It can be real complicated. The developer sometimes wants to be a special limited partner, and there may be other entities that want to be a partner. If you bring in a donor, they may want to be a partnership. So it can be complicated, but this is a very simple structure. This structure will allow the development to be tax exempt. In considering a PFC model, why would you want to consider it? It's an instrument that's more flexible in acquiring various funding sources, and has the accessibility to more of the funding tools. It's the entity that can facilitate a single-family rental project. All the projects that I've seen for single-family rental developments have included a PFC. And then there's no federal or state funding caps for the bonds that they may want to issue under the general government purpose bonds. So there is some advantages of having a PFC, and you may ask yourself, why do we want two? You know, HFC and a PFC, there are just some differences, and I would defer to your counsel to give you the legal side of it, of the differences, and advise you whether you want to do a PFC also, since you already have an HFC. I'm familiar with many of our clients that they have both, and they pick and choose which entity they're going to use for what transaction, what their needs are. Again, it just adding more tools to your toolbox. And again, as far as the board of directors, you could have yourselves as the board of directors of both. For staff, it's a headache keeping up with each entity, but again, you sit as the board, you make the decisions for either one. So I'll turn it over to Ashley, and I'll be glad to answer any questions once Ashley finishes.
So what's next? Just a few next steps. So first, we have been and will continue to work with Ramon and his company, Ramel, and to get connected with those developers. We've had quite a few developers that are interested in coming to Lewisville that we've met with, and they are ready to go. They've been waiting for us to have this conversation with you today. On February 21st, you guys did approve a resolution of support for a new senior living development, 48 units. So hopefully they're applying for the 9% credit, so hopefully they get approved. They're one of the few ones that get approved for that. We will continue to meet with those developers, looking at redevelopment and preservation and the new single-family rental projects. We will adopt the code overhaul, which includes several changes to promote more affordability. And then we will leverage our relationship that we have with Hilltop Security for the financial analysis. And then if a project or financing makes sense, bringing that to council for consideration. Reestablishing the HFC or create the PFCs, so ready for future affordable housing projects, and then training staff. We are still pretty new at this piece as well, so making sure that we know what's going on and how to bring that to you as council, and then completing that housing study and bringing that to you as well.
So Mayor, at the end of the day, we're charged with coming up with how to structure the deal, but this is just education for you guys. All of these are at our disposal, and I think, we will do our best to, obviously, talking with our financial analysts as well, and our finance department, as well as our consultants for affordable housing and legal. These are pretty complex deals to put together. But with that, there are a few things that I want to make sure we touch base with you on going forward, so we know we're at least headed in the right direction, and we're not going to, be shooting at a moving target. So first, staff is interested in researching more about starting our own public facility corporation. Maybe have it alongside the HFC or not, but we want to really look at that with our consultants and our legal team as well. Are you comfortable with us going in that direction for exploration? That was the first
Are you
direction.
asking just if we're okay with you looking into it further?
Yes.
Not necessarily
Jumping into the deep
moving,
end.
yes,
Yes.
into that direction. There's no reason not to look into it,
Okay.
in my opinion.
I will say that all of the affordable housing developers that we've talked with, I've said, well, we have an HFC. I haven't told them we didn't have a board already. But I was like, we have an HFC, we're ready to go. And their next question immediately was, well, do you have a public facility corporation? So that does seem to be the tool that they're most comfortable working with, but we need to explore that a little bit further. I know Ramon's recommendation has been for us to move towards a public facility corporation, but we would bring that back to you. The next is council, we believe that if we're selling, even though it's not the city's debt, that there is no group of people that are better served to make financial decisions for the city, even if it's tangential, than city council. And so our recommendation is to put you guys on the board of either of those, and we want to make sure if there's any heartburn about that.
Well, just to clarify, we would, since it involves the, financial decisions, we would have to approve it anyway, correct? No.
No, it's, I don't.
Separate.
But we would have to approve a certain amount. If we had a separate board, we would have to give a certain amount of approval of money that we were okay with being spent, correct?
If city funds were being used, yet the city council, but it is possible that a PFC could partner with a development that's not going to use any city funds, and the PFC has the authority to make the decision and enter into that deal without the city council approval.
Because the debt would be not the city's debt. I mean,
It would not
it
be
is
the
a
city's
separate,
debt.
it's a separate governmental entity. Like, it's a separate, it's kind of like, it's not like the NTMC where you're basically giving them the budget. That's not the case. And that's one of the other reasons why it's important to have council have a control on that.
Okay.
I was going to say that's your check and balance. If the city council sits as the board of the PFC, you know what's happening,
it's
what's
supposed to
being
be.
approved.
Right.
Okay, so there is a potential that something could come through that we wouldn't see at all if we weren't on the board?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And then, we're headed one direction with regard to what we're trying to attract and talking to developers. I will say that many of them are like, you want new multifamily, I'm ready to go. But we've been very specific with them right now, saying we're looking at conversion of existing aging multifamily. We are looking at preservation of existing affordable multifamily housing stock. So sometimes those LIHTC credits will be falling off because there's only for a certain number of years. You saw that with Oak Tree, and that's why we got involved there. Conversion of extended, this is a new one, conversion of extended stay hotels with crime issues to convert those to affordable housing multifamily complexes. And then new affordable multifamily complexes that are senior focused and age restricted. But I didn't know if there was others that you guys were interested in, or if we're headed the right direction.
I think it all sounds really good. I think the one thing that we may be able to add is a partnership with the ISD, because I know they're having that issue with their staff. So I know Dr. Rogers talked about some interest in that. We may need to talk to Dr. Rapp to see if the interest is still there. I'm on board with all of it. I think we need to give ourselves as many options as we can. I really like that we're focusing on the existing multifamily that we have. There's no need to bring more in when we need to fix some of the stuff that's aging. The conversion of the extended stays, I'm like, actually I wrote that in my notes for my top 10. And especially for senior living as well, as our senior population grows.
And I forgot to mention that single-family rental affordable housing. So, I mean, it would look and smell like a single-family project subdivision, but it would be rental. We have some that are already, we have Legacy that's in, right outside, or in Old Town, that's doing the same thing, but this would be an affordable option. So that's similar to the Ohala project that was the first one that was shown. With those, you really do need to focus on having a larger swath. From an administrative standpoint, it's difficult when you're doing one-offs around your community, because then the management of those properties becomes very difficult. So you do need to have, I mean, I say a large swath, it needs to be a little community, right? So, okay, so if you're good with that, then TJ, I think you might have
Council,
a comment.
any other? So,
I just had a quick comment where just to drive home why this is so important. Because I was on a committee for Lewisville 2025, and at the time, there were some people on my committee that were talking about affordable housing for seniors and how there was just not a whole lot. And there were a lot of people that were kind of complaining that over the years, people, especially in this market, have been complaining about being priced out of their homes, and there's just housing has gotten generally unaffordable, and so I feel like we're definitely in a place where I don't see a market correction happening here to help. And if people in Lewisville, which I feel like Lewisville is one of the most affordable places in the Metroplex, plus with all of the public amenities that we have, our parks and everything, there's tremendous value. We just need to do everything we can to make it an affordable place to live for everybody. And I think the list of people that could benefit from this has just grown exponentially over the last 2 years of the market being the way it is. So I absolutely think we're moving in the right direction. I'm very excited that we're doing this.
I definitely agree. I think we definitely have a very significant need, and we need to put everything in our toolbox that we can to satisfy the needs for affordable housing. And I like the single-family rental housing projects. I know we don't have any. Well, we only have a few spaces that are open for new ones, but that's an exciting concept to me, so.
I have a few concepts, and I wanted to express on this. I want to make sure that we don't get into the city owning these types of projects. I don't think that's something that we do well. So some of the language here, I'm not 100% clear on with public facility corporation. I would want to make sure that we're not owning it. We can oversee it, to make sure it's meeting, but I don't want staff handling rentals. I don't want to have staff handling evictions. That is not what we do. And I don't think it's something that, I'm hoping of that's not really part of what we're talking about there.
We don't want to do that either.
Okay.
I will say though, the PFC, so with Oak Tree Village, even though we were, all our role in that was to basically allow for the Plano Housing Authority to come in and basically establish a PFC in our city to make that tax exempt. The PFC would own it, or there would be a public entity that owns it in that structure, but the day-to-day operations is by that private operator.
Okay, that's fine. I want to make sure that whatever we do, we're not concentrating this type of housing in one spot. Where these neighborhoods thrive is when they are mixed. We see that organically happening along the East Coast. It's pretty cut and dried. If you concentrate it, it creates problems down the road. If you create a diversity of income levels within the properties, I think that's one of the things that excited me about the project over in Fort Worth, is that diversity of income levels there. I think that works. I did actually have an opportunity to speak with Dr. Rapp just before she got sworn in. She does have an interest in pursuing this. I think that there's a lot of constraints on what they can do, and they just don't know what they don't know. So hopefully we can maybe help them through that.
The interesting part of a PFC model is that it takes it off the tax rolls for all the taxing entities, so it really is a tool that the ISD may not have themselves, but it suddenly unlocks by having the PFC that tax benefit.
Gotcha. And I want to, and I think part of this is to put some context on this, especially as this is a video and somebody will go back to look at it and people see the words affordable housing and that automatically conjures up specific ideas. I want to just let people understand what we're talking about as far as that level of income goes. And this comes from the United Way of Denton County. They use this program. It's a process called ALICE. It's an asset limited income restrained but employed family or individuals. 9% of our citizens or of Lewisville is in what the federal government calls the poverty level. That means they make $11,880 or less per year. That's an individual. It's roughly, for a family of four, I think it's about 22 to 24,000 a year. That's 9% of our city living in poverty by that number, by the federal number. Alice is, I think, a more accurate number of difficulty, because what Alice says is that you're full-time employed and you're making money, but based on the costs of housing, food, transportation, all of those things that you have to be a functional adult and a functional family, if you are below that threshold, you're having to make choices between daycare and transportation. You're making choices between going to the doctor and going to work. You don't have enough flexibility in your budget to take time off to do the other things that it takes to live. 30% of Lewisville is in that bucket. And that number, just so that folks kind of have an idea, for a single person, it's $22,452. For a family of four, and that assumes a toddler and a kid, a little. So those are your young elementary schools and toddlers and two adults. That Alice number is $67,000. Okay? $67,000. Let's be clear on what kind of families we're talking about. So these are your shop owners. These are can be your police and fire. These
School teachers.
School teachers. Yeah, absolutely. And many of our city staff. That can be a challenge. So you want to break it down per hour. That family needs to be making $33 an hour. So yeah, that's kind of where you're seeing that $15 an hour minimum wage come from. So you got two adults, $33 an hour. That's the back of the envelope math.
TJ, I believe that aligns with our median income at this point that was presented yesterday, does it not?
64.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we are on the cusp of having a lot of families have a challenge, right? We have a lot of families that are right above, and we're talking that 30% number I just got off the website. Those are folks that are under the Alice threshold. We have a lot of folks that are right above it, but not far. but I want to give you context. I want to give the folks that are watching this maybe in the past or watching it live context of the families we're talking about. They're your neighbors. They're your friends. They're not some 1980s version of Slumville or whatever it is you've got in your head about what affordable housing is or isn't. They're your neighbors. They're your friends. They're the people you work with day to day. They're the people that are supporting your city and your kids and all the other stuff. So I don't want to be in the business of housing because I don't think we do that well, but I absolutely think that this is something that we need to be doing as a city to figure out how to mitigate the challenges we have. Or what we're going to end up with is a hollowed out city where people are driving 2 and 3 hours to come to work here, and they're going to have no investment and no interest in our city. And we can do all the things we want to do to make it a great place to live, work, and play, but if nobody can afford it, we're not going to have it. So that's a little bit of soapbox, but I wanted to make sure we had some context and some real numbers to put to this and not just some assumptions of what affordable housing is and is not. So,
And I feel like, my personal opinion, but we're at critical mass on that right now. Because you're seeing your income like
Flat.
this, and you're seeing, that's
Well,
huge.
yeah, you're talking
And this is
houses
from
at
people
140.
that don't even know how to tap the resources because they've always been used to donating the resources. And all of a sudden, they're out there going, what do we do? What do we do?
yeah,
So it is so important, but you know that the conversion is top on my list
Yes.
on the extended stay. I think that's awesome. We have a tool that could be used, and we might as well use it for the betterment of our citizens.
Any other comments before we button this down?
Nope, that's it. I will tell you that we do have lunch already here if you.
Oh,
Okay, well, we are running a little bit early, so
let's go for it.
I am more than happy to go ahead and take us into a break for lunch. We will plan to get started with the Old Town TOD discussion. Let's shoot for 12:15.
Okay.
And we are on a break. Ready, Matt? It is 12:18, and we're going to come back into session to review the Old Town Master Plan update with our friends from Catalyst.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's our pleasure to be here today to give you an update on the Old Town Master Plan update. But before we get into the details, I want to just very briefly kind of look back at where we've come from as far as Old Town. The first plan in Old Town was adopted in 2003, the Old Town Master Plan, and that primarily covered the Old Town Design District. It was a great start. We accomplished a lot with that plan. It kind of dovetailed with City Hall moving back to Old Town. And of course, we had some other catalytic projects that followed, the Grand Theater, Wayne Ferguson Plaza, and then all the private investments. So gained a lot of ground during those early years back in the early 2000s. Then in 2010, the city adopted the first TOD master plan, and that was due to a very huge opportunity that very few communities get, and that is a passenger rail station coming to our Old Town. That was just the game changer for us and opened up even more opportunities. And that plan focused mostly on the area between the core of Old Town and the station. We did an update in 2017 with Paris Rutherford with Catalyst Development, and it still kind of focused on that area, but it dug down into the market and the opportunities and was really a good guide for us. So now here we are 5 years later, and with as rapidly as things are moving, we need to update that again. And so with that, some of the changes with this plan is that we've kind of broadened the focus area. So we have, you'll see some of the maps when Paris goes over this, but we've included kind of what we are calling the eastern quadrant, the areas between the station and Valley Ridge, because that is a very critical part of the plan and part of the potential for Old Town. Another component that's being added is an infrastructure study, because development goes hand in hand with infrastructure. So that plan is underway, and it got kind of a little bit of a late start, but luckily Paris was able to work and get us where we're at now with the draft for the main part of the plan. Also in conjunction with the updated market analysis, which was done by Jason Clonch with Catalyst Commercial. So Jason couldn't be here today, but Jason has briefed Paris on that, and he'll give you an overview of that component. We expect the infrastructure study to be complete probably sometime this summer. So then really at that point, all three components will come together, and it will come back to you. We'll also have engagement with all the stakeholders in the Old Town area, of course, as we do with all of our plans. And then finally, ultimately up to the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council for final adoption. So we're really excited about this. And with that, I will turn it over to Paris Rutherford, who will give you an overview of the plan.
Thanks, Richard. They told me not to be close to the tower to avoid interference and sparks, so I'm going to be up close. Thank you all. It's good to see you all. Nice to be here again. What a great facility we're in. I haven't been up here since they finished it, so what a good idea to hold your session here. And I'm Paris Rutherford with the Catalyst Group. We're excited to have had the opportunity to work with you and your staff on the update to the plan, and I want to walk through that because I think there's some interesting things. So we're going to talk a bit about the context, just to remind us all of kind of what we're looking at here as it relates to Old Town. And then an update to the real estate analysis. That'll make sense when you see the slides. And then we'll be talking through the plan itself and then some next steps. In particular, the civil engineering firm is going to be looking at the cost of infrastructure block by block to give you a tool so when someone comes in, as they did after the prior plan, you know that if they're talking about a block that's going to come with a very difficult and expensive infrastructure component, you've got that at your fingertips to be able to use in your strategy. So first, from a contextual standpoint, I'll remind us that this area in Old Town is different than the rest of the areas of the city, not just because of the history and all the cool things related to that, but from just a pure transportation standpoint. You know, in all of DFW, the 3 transit agencies, there are a lot of rail stations that are planned or built. It's actually the largest in the country, which is remarkable. We don't think about that too often. There's about 220 or so station areas, either planned or built. And, you know, in planning terms, if you look at a quarter mile to a half mile dimension around that station area. That's kind of the capture zone for people that would walk to the train and take it somewhere. Certainly in other areas of the country, that's definitely the case, starting to be even more the case here, when you've got an interesting place to walk. So what's remarkable to me is when you look at the current footprint of DFW, we're talking a teeny tiny percentage of the footprint of DFW. So this is a very valuable area. If you believe that rail, as I do, it can be a valuable asset with the right collection of uses. So it's good that you have focus in here beyond just the historical significance of the area. So it happens to jive well with where the market's headed, particularly folks that are in their 30s or in their 20s. There was a different expectation for the quality of the place that we're in. We see it all the time with employers that we're working with, and that's radically changing as we come out of COVID. But there's a desire for kind of that third place, experience-based, lots of things to do while you're living, while you're working, while you're doing whatever is in between. And the good thing about a place like Old Town is that it has the potential for that. It's set up on small blocks. You have a lot of different uses by nature of it being, the center of the history of the town. And you have all different kinds of uses happening there. So I think there can be more and more of that continues on. But the good thing is we're not fighting against the market here. We're right in line and congruent with what market trends are calling for, and certainly what we see is being successful. When we worked on, for instance, the Shops of Legacy or later Legacy West, when Toyota and some of the big companies moved there, one of the decisions that they had to move there was exactly the kind of environment that we're talking about. I think Old Town is better, but it has room for additional investment. We'll talk more about that. So in terms of the overall dynamics of the area, what's interesting is they're on the left side of the slide. Of course, we have City Hall, and you've got the historic buildings that are in the historic core. But when you broaden that out over to, I think what you heard earlier in the green centerpiece, it's a pretty dynamic zone. You've got a western zone, which is a mix of use. It's got a small scale to the streets. It's got a lot of different types of buildings in there, and there's room for additional investment to come in. And obviously, as we get over on the east side of the rail, you have a larger footprint. You've got some industrial uses. You have some manufacturing uses. You've got vacant land. You've got floodplain. You've got a lot of different things going on. But what's happening is there's kind of that red line that's a division between an area that has ripe potential for redevelopment, and then on the west side of that line, an area that has ripe potential for reinvestment, renovation, and some redevelopment. I'll talk more about that. Those opportunities, in our view, mean that there's kind of a streetscape district on the west side, and on the east side, to use a current phrase that's out in the industry, is there's potential for an innovation district. That's a place for employment and other uses that make that a place that people want to be, and it's exciting in the way that I mentioned before for the employees to be there. And so we've further investigated those concepts as we have gone through the planning effort. And we can come back to this obviously in Q&A. So as mentioned before, both of these ideas are being fully embraced by the marketplace, not just here, all over the country. But certainly things that I've been involved in and we've been involved in over the last 20, 30 years, whether it's Uptown Dallas or Midtown Houston, places like that, it translates well. So the themes that we're working within are right in line with where the market wants to be. It's just, can you provide a pathway for the market to make its way in and be successful? You see some images here of, the kinds of environments that are high functioning with lots of people doing their thing, and they're not necessarily having to drive everywhere to get, their tasks done. And they can come down and they can do a lot of different activities in the couple hours that they're in Old Town if they don't live there. And obviously if they live there, they can do more as well. Innovation districts, as mentioned, bring together a lot of creative class and knowledge-based industries at all different scales. And it provides for the opportunity for innovation to occur. So there's research that happens in that environment. A lot of times are combined with education. All these things that we think are possible. In times past, there's been conversations, for instance, with NCTC in this area. That's intriguing to me, particularly in terms of the type of training that can go on with a population that would be well served by transit. I think those types of conversations are good to continue, and particularly with the focus and emphasis on employment and housing and supportive uses that shore all that up. So our experience is that these districts, if there's emphasis on having activity in the daytime into the evening, it's convenient from a parking standpoint, it's convenient from an employment standpoint, it's sellable, it's marketable to employees as well as investors, and then you have a clear strategy as a public body of how to interface with a market that usually spells for success. And we'll be talking more about that as we go through these slides. So let's talk about the area itself. As mentioned before, the existing area, this kind of is defined by your TIF district. You've got the large lot areas on the east, small lot areas in the west, and then a smattering of both kind of in the south and southeast. So we looked at a broad planning framework, working with your staff, that respects property lines, looks at obviously your existing street grid, looks at extending some of that street grid through to other areas within that zone, adding some infill parks, open spaces, because that's a critical component and something that you all control, because you're a primary actor in this process as well, not just your implementing agent, which is the developer. And this provides for a whole range of uses to be able to come in over a period of time. So this is the framework that we arrived at, and then I'm going to show you some analytical slides that shows the detail of the development concept, which you'll see in a minute, and how we arrived at that. So the first is we looked at the ownership type within that zone. Ownership is important to a developer because if they're coming in to acquire property, obviously the city doesn't own all the land, you're not going to own all the land. So if you're going to have partners working with you towards this vision that will be assembling property, or folks that are on the ground currently will be reinvesting in themselves. But for those folks that are coming in to assemble property, it's important to understand where the property owners that exist, where they're coming from. If they're out of state, if they're local, if they're owner-operator, all that is kind of germane to the ability to be successful to assemble properties. You can imagine if you're going to go in and you need a block to develop your project, if it's office or housing or mixed use, whatever it might be, and one block has 10 owners and the other block has one owner, the chance of success on the one block with the one owner is higher. It's a simple concept. The current valuation, in terms of the assessed values, is another very important component here. So the areas that you see that are in yellow, kind of the lighter colors, are easier to assemble based on their current assessed value, particularly through the lens of what can get done in the marketplace right now. The areas, as they get darker and darker, becomes more and more difficult, more and more expensive, essentially. So that's an important factor as well. And then when you look at that and you focus in on those lighter areas, there are some blocks that are easier to get done. There are blocks that are more difficult to get done. But when you then overlay the plan on top of that, it starts to provide a little more clarity in terms of a target for folks. If I were coming in and looking at this and saying, what's an easier place to be able to come in and acquire land for investment, we would do an analysis like this and then would start canvassing the ownership to see who's interested in selling, so forth and so on. So, and then same thing's true on the other diagram in terms of, the number of property owners. You can see there's sort of targets here in green that appear to be easier based on the, within a larger block. But when you lay the framework of the plan over this, based on property lines, it actually opens up more potential because you have some large property owners on the east side that provide for, let's say, a master development effort. Whereas on the west side, there are some blocks, will take a little more assembly, but there's opportunity all throughout Old Town for, positivity to occur, like happened after the last plan. So when you take those ideas and put a composite map together, it starts looking like this. The areas that are in yellow, we think have immediate opportunity today. We've called that market opportunity without much help other than infrastructure, because many of the areas in the east really have no infrastructure. So that's why we wanted to make sure a civil engineer was engaged to analyze that. But outside of the infrastructure question, there's a large block in the east of the rail. There's a large block down south, just north of Purnell. And then there's a couple blocks kind of in the core that appear to be market ready today. Those in orange are a little more difficult for various reasons. And then the rest of it, if there was desire for some of those other blocks to get redone or have significant investment on them, probably will require some relationship with y'all to get that done realistically. So after we went through that real estate analysis, then we looked at, we looked at the market study, we looked at the types of uses that are, where there's an opportunity over the next 10 years for development to occur, and we infilled that on that grid. And there's, what you see in purple there are various types of employment. What you see in the different shades of yellow and brown are different types of residential for sale and for lease. And then, of course, in key areas, you have a mix of use with restaurants and other things. Again, this is a fire hose of information, so I'm sure we'll come back in some questions and talk more in detail. But generally speaking, there's the historic Old Town core. There's an area for transit-oriented development right around the station. What's great there is that both y'all and the transit agency own the property. That's a huge plus. We've got the Innovation District further east. We've got large stands of existing trees to take advantage of as part of that. And then there's areas for a new community. So there's actually a bunch of different avenues to go out and market to the development marketplace to get people excited in that regard. So the program in here is on your slide. I won't go through all the details unless you want me to in Q&A, but safe to say that there is a remarkable amount of building area that can get done, we believe, in a relatively short period of time with proper coordination and with proper marketing and economic development activities. And you can see those use categories are across employment, residential, and commercial and retail sides of things. There's certainly restaurant opportunities. It's an urban district. But following something similar to this and working through the public streets and getting these blocks ready for development, working in concert, of course, with your private partners in the development community. Not saying that you're going to go out and buy land, not saying you're going to go out and put streets in without developers working with you. I'm just saying that through a collective effort, you get to something like this and you will have a very remarkable district within the state. So as we overlay on top of that the market, let me go back one, the market opportunity, those are those blocks defined in black. We think that there's opportunity today for you all to start that effort with the development community and get them engaged. The other blocks, the remaining blocks, will require a little more relationship, frankly, and partnering to get that done based on the real estate dynamics that I went through before. Clearly, there's a role from the public side to be played in infrastructure. As mentioned, everything east of the rail does not have much infrastructure. There's not really a storm infrastructure in place. Everything from sanitary to water, et cetera, all would need to be upgraded over time to accommodate new development. But that's normal course of city expansion. So the areas in blue are either existing or existing streets where there could be some new streetscape that's put in. You would think that would come in with new development as it occurred, like you've done recently in some of your recent projects. The areas in black is new infrastructure. These are new streets and subsurface utilities. These are exactly the things that the civil engineering firm is looking at right now. And then, of course, parks in green. So you see kind of the overall macro, combinations of the market-ready and kind of market incentive zones. You see our assumption in today's dollars of what the valuation of that would reflect in applying, typical values for each one of those use components, and then combining that, we're pushing $1 billion of taxable value over a period of time, which is good. That's the target one of the targets that, we ought to be working towards in terms of creating a memorable environment that plays up the history, but also creates a node within DFW that's, an exciting place to invest in. So in our appendix, we've broken all of these down by block. We have specific programs in the information that will be available to y'all that calculates exactly what that program is. This is helpful for the civil engineer to calculate demand for sanitary or whatever it might be. And then the pricing comes back from that. So we're not done. We're kind of midstream. But this is the business plan, if you will, that the plan represents. So in terms of the market assessment, so that's what you've just seen is what can fit within this zone. Catalyst Commercial undertook a market assessment that actually they looked at the trade area for downtown. They looked at all different types of uses on the residential side for sale and for lease at different ages in terms of how to position the residential products. And they looked at restaurants, they looked at retail, they looked at office, and they went through their calculation of what the demand is that the trade area is generating over the next 10 and 20 years, and then discounted that based on this particular area doesn't have the same visibility, for instance, that the mall area has, or things you're going to hear about in a bit. And then brought that back to what they felt the opportunity was. And you may notice that they feel the market opportunity is actually much higher than what we had shown in the physical analysis. So that's very good. You want that to happen because everyone has crystal balls, right? We're trying to shine our, the crystals up as much as possible. But you typically want to have the market assessment be more than the planning assessment, because that means that you're not undershooting yourself. So we, in the physical analysis, we made assumptions about what can be done today. Densities of buildings of all uses that can be done today that are proven every day. They're getting done even during COVID. And as we come out of COVID, it becomes even more robust. And the fact that you're geographically in the middle of the Metroplex is huge. And the infrastructure by and large is in place other than on the east side. So this is a very good story and to be able to bring out to market. And the fact that Jason's group has measured much more demand than we have even shown can be fit in current densities is a good thing. So this table here shows, it breaks down the market analysis on the right that Catalyst Commercial put together. You see that total area. That's over a 10-year period, theoretically. Obviously, we don't live in a theoretical world, but if there weren't any barriers to entry, you could follow through that. And then there are the two zones, the market opportunity, the market incentive. The market opportunity, you recall, were the areas that we felt could happen today outside of infrastructural assistance. And then the market incentive would require a bit more help. So as we move forward, you'll have a document. You can see if someone comes in with a proposal, first of all, you can see whether or not that proposal falls within a zone that we believe is easier to get done. That's number one. And then number two, if they have a request, for instance, for assistance, you can look at that in the context of phasing. It says, well, if they were focusing their efforts over on another block, might be easier if they could get that done because it's going to cost a lot more to push the infrastructure cost forward and not start closer where it is. So for instance, they may have to pull a main sanitary line all the way down 1,000 feet from Main Street versus, well, is there a way you can assemble land on Main Street, for instance? That's the concept. So you will have that tool at your disposal. So let's talk parking for a minute. I know that's a very important idea and concept and reality. So parking is important. It's definitely important for restaurants. It's important for everybody because even though there are a lot of great things coming through and we have transit here, The reality is the percentage of people that use transit is still very small compared to the percentage of people that drive cars. So people will, for the foreseeable future, continue to drive to Old Town. That's not going away anytime soon, and I actually think Texas will be one of the last places where we start to see the decline of the car that people talk about. I believe in it. I think it's great, and I think AI is going to make a lot of changes. But even with AI, there's going to be need for parking. Now, with that said, how you handle parking is critical. Many communities sometimes will say parking's the most important thing, so we're going to come in and we think the solution to redevelopment is to spend a lot of money on parking. We're going to, in fact, buy land, we're going to build public garages, and at $25,000 to $30,000 a space, that adds up really quickly. My belief is it's best to work with your implementation partners, i.e. developers, and overbuild garages with them in partnership so that you're providing parking along the way. Doesn't mean that you're taking off the table the ability to go in and assemble land and have some public parking in the interim. That's all great. But the best strategy that we've seen is to work in partnership with folks that are putting their own money in. You will get a much better value out of your dollar if you do it that way. For whatever reason, public projects usually cost a third more than private projects. I don't know why. It's just how it is. And it's very difficult with public garages to activate those as a single use. If you go, there are a lot of places that have tried, even in a place like Santa Fe, they'll have, a big garage at the base to try and have retail in it. It always struggles. So it's generally better to try and commingle investment in that regard if you feel that there's a deficiency. So currently, in the core of downtown, staff did an analysis on available parking in the streets and, on and off street, and then required parking. And today, there's actually, we're not in a bad situation. You've done a good job of building inventory of parking in streets. So today, there's not as big of a problem as it may seem. The issue may be, how far away are we parking? Can I go down to a restaurant, park every time I want to, directly in front of the storefront, get out of my car, and then walk in? The answer is no. You might have to walk a block, but the parking's there. But if you're going to do a scale analysis, and you put a regional shopping center at the same scale, and you look at where you have to park when there's a lot of people in that mall, you're easily walking a block when you do that. So it's just the context of thinking. But sometimes when someone thinks, wait a minute, I got to park a block or 2 blocks away from where I want to go, that's just a long way. It's a mental thing. So what's important there is that the walk itself is nice. So when we go down, if you go to Green, Texas, or wherever, somewhere you like to go, you regularly walk a long way, but usually that walk is kind of cool. You enjoy it. So the emphasis on working with your partners on the private side and what they're delivering in their storefronts, the streetscape that you're building, all that needs to be thought through and curated and art directed, so that this issue of parking doesn't become a driver where someone says, oh, I don't want to go down there because it feels really crowded and have to park a long way away. Because they're not doing the math saying, well, I actually walk further when I go to the grocery store. It's that kind of a thing. So that speaks a little bit to strategy. So in the near term, we think that it's a good idea to expand that parking inventory analysis that staff did to the full area of the plan that we showed you before. Just to see, how much parking could be accommodated in street. That's the cheapest way to do it. Absolutely, in my opinion, the best way. You definitely don't want to try and capture revenue off that. You don't want to put meters out there. That's the kiss of death. So that's just part of your street designs. And whether you're building it or a developer's building it, there should be on-street parking, flat out. It's the cheapest way to do it. And then you start looking at what that potential could be. Secondly, you look at your ordinances themselves. Right now, we're in, Old Town, you're in the core. You basically don't have a parking requirement as it is now. I can tell you that no one is going to come in, and generally, no one's going to come in and not provide parking. That's not a smart thing to do. Now, they could rely on some of the on-street inventory. That's fine, but that needs to be kept track of along the way so that we know that we're not overbuilt or we're not running out of supply without realizing we're running out of supply, if that makes sense. So there's a role that your codes can play, particularly on the east side. I would think you'd want to expand and keep the parking requirement very low, but make sure that the street designs are building a lot of parking in there. And then as they come in and make their decision to have parking garages, you work with them to say, hey, let's get a level of that, the ground level to be public. You can have a secure gate above it, and we'll work with you, on, possibly funding part of that. That happens all the time. Here in DFW, all the time. There's dozens of projects like that right now that are being implemented by probably y'all and other cities. So as you move into the midterm, there's ideas about, I think there's been discussions, would you want to look at, before land values go through the roof entirely, do you want to buy some land and have some interim parking on it? Sure. That's not a bad idea. Not necessarily because of the parking solution, but because of control. So to help implement your vision, you want to have as much control in that process as you can. Now, the city only has so much money, so you obviously have competing interests all over the city. So there might be one or two sites that are absolutely strategic that you want to make sure that the right thing happens there, because a lot of what we're talking about is art direction. It's subjective. The quality of the place. And if someone comes in and puts an unfortunate building and use in just the wrong location, that will dismantle the experience. So this is a little bit subjective, and you're kind of putting a little bit of a master developer hat on in thinking this way, which is different for most cities. It's not what a city typically does, but in a place like Old Town, there's no one else to do it. You're the only other coordinating entity that exists. And then long term, on parking again, if you finally get to the point where you're near completion and you truly do have an awful parking situation and AI hasn't come through and all the things that we read about, that's, in my opinion, that's the only time you would consider a municipal garage. It's a huge amount of money. And ultimately, if you were spending $8 million on a garage or $2 million on a garage, that money, the opportunity cost on that money is huge. That same money, if you were going to allocate that, I think would be much better spent on small businesses in the area and having additional parking as part of that infill development. But that's not my call. That's y'all's call. But that's been our experience. So in summary, you see a summary slide here of kind of the total program and the representative value of that program in today's dollars. And we think that there's a lot of return that the city can get through this effort. And we just think that we appreciate you all being proactive and looking at it this way. Most cities don't do that. They're just, suddenly they poke their head up after an area has happened and there may be problems with it. So the fact that you're being strategic is everything. Appreciate your time.
I have a comment, or I have a question, comment, statement, whatever. Everybody looks at Grapevine, and what a wonderful thing that they did. The one thing they didn't do was even discuss parking. No one cares how far that they have to walk to get to where they need to go.
That's a problem. Yeah.
So, I mean, people are gonna walk. Grapevine is a perfect example, but they're also a perfect example of what we don't need to do.
So what happens there, the core area of Desire is going to be on Main Street. I mean, that's your main street. That's where the restaurants are in general. There's going to be more restaurants, I hope, over time that will happen, but that's kind of the core demand zone. So if you take a 5-minute walking circle, you take like 1,200 feet, 1,500 feet, and you start drawing circles around that, all that property within that zone becomes really important from a parking standpoint. So that as somebody comes in to develop, a project, particularly if they have a garage, like the last project that came in off Church, you would want to work with them to expand their parking offering to mitigate what you're talking about. But you definitely do not want to go into this without any thought about parking. Wrong place to be. I'm a new urbanist and all those kinds of things, but at the end of the day, I'm a realist, and that is, we drive. So we need to accommodate that and make where you park your car, you need to plan for that. But don't let that, override everything else, which oftentimes cities can do. And it's not the most important thing, by and large. When I remember in lots of projects, but there'll be a development, initial phasing comes in, there's something that's just great in it, it captures the market's imagination, thousands more people come than anticipated, and then suddenly there's this big parking problem. That's a luxurious problem to have if you have a plan in place to plan in your second and third and fourth phase to accommodate that. If you don't have a plan that accommodates it, you're in trouble. And then ultimately someone says, I don't want to go there again. Because getting out of there was such a nightmare that I'm not doing it. And there are a lot of places where that's the case. I can name developments, I won't, but there are a lot of places where that's the case. And the other final thing on that, the other thing that's political in nature is that I've found is that when parking hasn't been thought through carefully, people are circling around trying to find a spot, it's not convenient, and then that creates the perception of congestion. Even though the number of cars, there's not more cars than anticipated, and the infrastructure can handle it, but it feels congested because you have 3 times more traffic from people just circling. And that includes employees, by the way. There needs to be a strategy for employees. Oftentimes, the employees take all the parking out in front of the store, and that there needs to be a parking management.
We've never seen that in Old Town.
Well, you need to have a strategy, a parking management strategy. And that's a part of this. I have that on the slide. But a parking management strategy is just as important as a physical strategy. You know, places like Bishop Arts, Lower Greenville, a lot of these areas that had parking wars, frankly, because there was a clash between the commercial ownership and then the residences beyond, and everyone's parking the streets.
Greenville's the worst.
Right, and it gets a bad rap, right? And you don't want to go there because you hear about that. That's because they didn't go into it with the parking management concept. So it could be that there are some strategic acquisitions of land for some lots in the interim. And then when they're developed out, the development of that has to incorporate the parking that was there before. There's a lot of different ways to do it. And the nice thing now is this is not proven science. There are companies that do this every day. You know, some people may fret that it's a $10 valet charge or something, and that's all, you know, that's all able to be massaged in terms of pricing if there is a valet concept that comes with it. But these are all things that happen usually a little bit later than where we are today, but now's the time to start planning for it.
So I have a few comments on the parking as well, because that's something that I've certainly expressed concern about, particularly in the core, because we don't have, the central business district has no parking requirements. So there's, and I also know that there's a few businesses that have expressed to me that they're having a hard time because they have nowhere for their patrons to park. So I realize that when you look at a whole, yes, we don't have a parking issue, and I agree with you that I don't want to look at this as parking because it's not about the cars, it's about the people. But we got to get the people here, and they have to have a place to park. So, and I do agree that, you know, if the walk is enjoyable, you know, people are willing to walk a lot further. Also, the walk has to be safe. And I can tell you from someone who, I am a person who walks in Old Town daily, it's not all safe. Church Street is way too wide. And I know we're talking about doing something about that in the future because people are just going way too fast in their cars. And there are some physical barriers, particularly like Mill Street, that to cross Mill Street is intimidating for a pedestrian because they're coming through there faster. And there's just not, you know, yes, there's some crosswalks, but, you know, I'm always very, very cautious when I go through Mill Street. So, and I know that not everybody's willing to do it. So if there is a business on one side of Mill Street, but the parking is on the other, they're not comfortable parking on this side and walking across the street to get to the place that they're needing to go. So, I mean, it is, in the core, it's becoming an issue now. I watch the real estate in Old Town, and there is what I will call a land grab that has been going on in the last 2 years. There's been a lot of land changing hands. And as far as, you were talking about, maybe the city should acquire some land now while it's affordable. I will tell you, it is not affordable right now. It is, we are we are years beyond that. I think it's actually downright ridiculous where quite a bit of it is. And I think there will be some market corrections that will help that. But right now, we have some unreasonable landowners at this point in time. So I'm not really seeing a whole lot of opportunities for land acquisition, although, I may be mistaken, there may be some out there. But in the core, what concerns me the most is that, when you're talking, we are gonna need some type of structured parking, because the land in the core is just gonna be a higher dollar per square foot. So we're gonna need parking structures there. The problem is that there's a minimum footprint that you have to have, land space for a parking garage to be functional, efficient design. And the vast majority of properties in the core are too small to accommodate that. So I think it's critically important that we figure out where those need to go now, so that we can figure out before somebody comes in and buys a little piece of something that's right next to something that it could be added to that could fit a garage, to prevent them from coming in and us not even really realizing that, hey, we need to have this conversation, because this is where a parking garage really needs to go. We know that based on what we've got right now and what we know is coming. And, so I don't know if, were you looking at the parking demand that was kind of as an overall general, existing versus what we're gonna need, and looking at that, or are you looking at it by zone?
No, every single block that was broken down, I can't remember the number, it's a big number, has parking requirement, and then parking required. We make sure that every development parks itself. So that's part of the process. Now, if there are existing projects out there that can't park themselves because of the ordinance, et cetera.
So I think that's where the issue is, because I think what is existing in the core right now, and with some of the infill that's going on and that will be going on, that's where we're gonna see an issue.
So I have a couple thoughts. One is I agree with, your commentary, and I would urge, as you said in the beginning, that the solution isn't a parking solution. The solution is a placemaking solution that parking is a part of. So for instance, you are right. Right now, there are a lot of places, let's talk about the couplet. It's a challenge. It makes the streets too wide. You feel uncomfortable to cross. It feels like a highway, and you feel like you're going to get run over. It doesn't matter what the speed limit is. It just is. There are many places, even here locally. Victory, massive development, unbelievable amount of investment that went into Victory, Dallas, because they had the arena there and American Airlines Center, et cetera. So that was designed up front essentially for like Christmas Eve. It was designed for game day, and worked great for game day. People get in and out, but every other day where there's not something going on, it felt huge. So the city went in at great expense and retrofit all of that. Thankfully they had an owner that was going to work with them, or multiple owners, but that happened. That's one example of many that show that a one-way system is tough. So another reason why it's tough is if you think about anywhere where you've gone, have you been to Fredericksburg? Lots of people walk around, they love it. That's a highway, that goes through there.
It's a huge street.
It's a huge street, but remarkably there, people, myself included, I do park across the street. You park anywhere you can find, and then you kind of figure out how to get there because there's such demand that you're willing to, cross a highway.
Well, there's so many people walking,
Yeah.
so the cars can't miss it, right?
Right.
In Old Town, that's, the pedestrian is far outnumbered by the cars.
So, but what, to bring it down to another kind of local example, I think in Bishop Arts, what they chose to do up there, and there's a lot of traffic that makes its way through, especially on Davis, but when you get into Bishop, et cetera, you'll note along the way that they have essentially a broader organization that is focused on how to animate the street experience. And they have little vendor carts that come out on the corners, and they're selling jewelry and stuff, and there's people playing music, and it's very nice to walk around, and that's why it's so popular. There's no reason that kind of planning can't occur here. so that if you do park across the street or you park a block away, because there is currently inventory, it may not feel convenient. I suspect that it's because it just doesn't feel right. I don't want to park over there, cross Main Street against the grain, and then when I finally go inside where I want to go, I have a nice experience, but along the way, it feels a little scary at times. I feel like I'm going to get run over or whatever. I mean, those things need to be eliminated as much as possible, that feeling. And some of that is just the art direction of what's going on in the programming. And ultimately, I think finding some locations for parking, that's certainly an analysis that could be done that said, if you were going to come in with a parking resource that's in a building, where would it go? And likely, what street might be closed or that kind of a thing. If it is a dimensional issue, which I agree, there is a lot of that. That's easy to do, to figure that out, but I personally wouldn't embark on that myself as a city. I would find a development partner to work with you, so that you're using their money too, because that's the most expensive way to go.
I think the biggest problem in Old Town is, churches moves a little fast. It's the lighting issue. It is like pitch black. In the central area is really great, but if we're going to be expanding to the transit, we need to make sure that we have the streets lighted so that people feel safe. It doesn't bother me, but I noticed one time I took DCTA to Go Zone home, where they told me to pick it up. I'm like, man, it is like no light back here. I think the planning for the parking is good. I remember at one point when we were like, well, we're about 5 or 6 years from having a parking structure, and now we have one. So we just need to start plotting that out. I think with partnerships may be the smartest way to do it, but let's get those streets lit, because I've gone to Western Days 3 hours when it was going on. I've never had to walk more than 3 or 4 blocks.
Right.
It's just, you just have to know how to navigate Old Town. You don't want to go be north of Old Town and try to get around there if you don't know where you're going. But that may be maybe helping people finding parking or something right now, with the plan for the future, to working with the developers to build strategically where we can, is I think maybe the way to go, and slow down. And I agree, Church Street, they do fly.
Well, the other option is just to tell everybody to move to Old Town so they can just walk there and, problem solved.
I got a feeling the Old Town residents wouldn't want that, but.
But it is good to salute your efforts thus far, because, the plans that Richard mentioned before, even the one in 17 that we were able to work with you all on, large parts of those plans have been implemented. And now you have market comparables on the ground that are successful. That is fabulous. You all have done a good job in implementing a vision. So now I think we're close to the point, when we've identified the zones that we think are ready for the market to do now. That would not have been the case 10 years ago. 10 years ago is, how do you get people to look at Old Town? We're past that point. So, and it's proven in the land values, et cetera. And the unfortunate thing of things is there's the land grab goes on. You have some successes, people come in, they're usually land speculators. So, your zoning's in place, so that is what it is. But I wouldn't be further adding to that by, additional code changes or something that even sweetens it. I wouldn't do that. Because who you really want to be talking to are the folks that are going vertical with investment. That's who you're trying to find. Because they're actually the ones that can afford the pricing. But if we're coming in now to try and buy land for parking or something, you're right, it's super expensive. So that's why I think the better strategy is to do it in combination.
Or in the landowner's head, it's super expensive, because you have one little parcel over here that doesn't want to play unless you literally meet and then some on what they have put down, and it's totally unreasonable.
Yeah.
And then what do? Go to condemnation?
Well, we're in Texas, so.
Yeah.
But I will say this, that you do have a leverage point, and that is that there are large swaths of what I consider to be Old Town, which goes all the way over to the Green Centerville zone. There are large swaths of that do not have proper infrastructure. There's a lot of money that needs to be spent to bring that up to a point where they can handle development. And so someone may feel like they have value. They don't have value if they can't put a building on the ground and it works. They just don't. So, that's being very careful about your investment in public infrastructure is probably the most strategic thing you can do at this point moving forward. It's incentivizing essentially good development.
Any other questions or comments? Paris, just quickly, my question to you is, because you talked about acquisition, which then, the city wants our property. So that already, that lottery ticket looks like a winner. Do you have any strategies, and I don't think that's for covering here, but would love to hear any strategies for how can I land bank without spiking the costs even higher? Or on the flip side, can we look at the properties that you've prioritized and said, these are the low-hanging fruit? Can we get even more granular and say, these are the low-hanging fruit that we're not gonna spike other values? I think you touched on it just briefly there with the infrastructure.
Well, there's a couple things. If the goal on the new development side of the equation, there's somebody that's coming in either from the community or outside of the community to put buildings on the ground, and they have to acquire property for that to happen. Obviously, the dirt is owned by someone currently, so there's value in that. And one easy way that we do all the time is you form a relationship with that owner. So you can just simply broker a discussion if they're, if people are amenable.
I mean,
to that.
ideally, I just want the developer buying it straight off. I don't want to be the guy acquiring, assembling, and then going if I can help it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are times when it makes sense for the city to act strategically. There are times, and you likely will overpay. It's just the nature of the process. Because even if you could go in and work out a great deal, I mean, I think there's laws to that. It has to be, at market value, and that's a subjective thing. It usually winds up being pushed pretty high. Even if that's not actual market, I might be able to buy something less than you, is my point. But with that said, I generally am not in favor of cities buying land for the reasons we're talking about, because it just throws everything out of whack.
Right.
If I'm going and try and buy something and that landowner feels like the city is right there with me, they know that they can get more money from a city, so they'll hold out for the city to buy it. So I think it's best not to be in that unless there's a couple absolute strategic locations that can't be messed up. And you either can try and regulate that, which, many people can do, but it makes it a little more difficult to get things done if someone from the outside feels like, the city's going heavy on all these requirements, and it's like, I don't want to do that. But
We've already done that.
Okay.
We've used that one.
Okay, or the flip side is, no, you're gonna get control of some key corners, and then, which you've done already, and you have developments that came from that, which kudos, you've created a market now. But that should be in the vast minority, in my opinion.
Okay. So that, to my feedback is, if there are a couple of properties in this that it makes sense to, but I would be hesitant to drop a lot of city cash. We have a lot of other projects. If I had to pick between land banking in Old Town versus buying a distressed multifamily or extended stay.
I think they're two different things, though.
But it's the same bucket of money.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Then
if
that's
we
what I
can
worry
get the
about.
developer to do the land in some
Yeah, if I can get the developer,
incentives,
but if I have to
know.
land bank in Old Town versus
Yeah.
land bank in an extended stay, I can tell you which one I know you're gonna pick.
Yeah. Which one's gonna stay upright, and which one's gonna go down?
Yeah, so that's, just to put that conversation out there, limited resources, small city. Old Town, one of the goals of all of this was to get it to a point where developers
Yeah.
were starting to buy it, and we weren't having to broker all of this, but, yeah,
I think we're there.
I feel like if we're not there, we are so
You're
freaking close.
You're close. Infrastructure's a big deal.
Yeah.
That'll be important when we get that feedback. I just offer one thought. I agree generally with what you're saying. The only thing I would say, though, is that clearly the city doesn't have enough money in any location in the whole city to be carrying the full bucket. It's too big. And you're mostly fully developed, so it's the most expensive kind of redevelopment, it's renovation, or retrofit. So if I were y'all, I would be looking at where in the city strategically are the places for investment that incentivize and induces market interest and investment. Old Town's one of them. And I know your policies have shown that in what you've done up to this point. I don't think you're completely there yet in Old Town. I think you're close, but I don't think you're completely there yet. But a thriving downtown in Old Town is going to induce interest in Lewisville that wouldn't have been there before.
Sure.
Okay. And I think that's the basic point. So I think you're close. There may be a couple properties. you know, or I'm sure there are a couple key partnerships that need to be done. And then once that happens, you're off to the races. I mean, Uptown Dallas was a publicly incentivized process in the beginning, and the city got out pretty quickly after it started, but who knew that you were gonna have 50,000 people move there? Who knew that that was gonna be one of the hottest office markets? At a time when we started, it was all the kind of urban crime you can imagine happening on those same streets.
Right.
So that's the power of strategy and public investment.
Any other comments?
No, Mayor, thank you, Paris. You always do a great job for us. You know, I think for us, obviously, this is a plan. To make this come to fruition is going to take a lot of focus on key aspects of it. Obviously, to get all of that green space is a lot of, you know, no developer is just going to put a park on there just for putting a park, right? So it's
That's not what I heard.
We have some very benevolent developers out there, so maybe. But on top of that is, you notice the street grid on there as well. So one of the strategies we have, and we've already talked to council about this, is we've extended our tours to that area that's east of the tracks, but also reaching out to the county for their participation as well for that extension. That would be grouped with our TERS 4 as well. Our ask would be, but I think that's a perfect, I mean, this plan is a perfect exhibit to that request because there's gonna be a lot of infrastructure for wanting that grid, so.
I'm excited to see this as an iterative step, because I think back to the first version of this, and it was really blue sky, right? It was a lot of, well, we think, and now it's much more of, I can ratchet it down into a box that I think is manageable-ish, and gives I think a stronger vision for folks who want to come in and infill. So I am very appreciative of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paris.
Thank you.
All right. Super. Next up, we have the Mall Redevelopment Master Plan Project and Example Mall Projects.
So council, before we introduce the whole panel, and Mary Shell's gonna do the introductions, I did wanna tell you the purpose of this. So obviously, we know the purpose is, the end result is hopefully for the redevelopment of our beloved mall in our community. But here today are a bunch of developers that are currently working on redevelopment of malls, and they're going to tell you their stories, the challenges that they've faced, the challenges they continue to face, the successes they've faced, all with the concept of making sure that council knows the lift that both private and public have had to do to get these projects off the ground. So we're going in with eyes wide open if we're doing a full redevelopment of our mall. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mary Shell, and she'll introduce the team.
All right, well, first up, we have a few representatives from Centurion American. We have Merdad Moyetti, who's the president and CEO. We have Connie Delgado, who's the VP of Retail, and we have Sean Terry, who's the VP of Entitlements. And they're going to tell us about Collin Creek Mall. And then after, we will hear from Kevin Spath, who is coming from the city of Dallas. He will talk to us. Not a developer. He is the assistant director for the Office of Economic Development, and he's going to talk to us about Valley View Mall and Redbird Mall. And then we also have Terrence Maiden here. He's the CEO of Russell Glen, and he's also going to tell us about Redbird, so you'll get a chance to hear about it from both the city side and the developer side. And then you've already heard from Paris today, but you'll hear from him again. He's going to talk to us about pre-planning for the mall. So just to echo some of what Claire said, as we embark on mall redevelopment, we really want to do everything we can to help facilitate the process. We want to help ensure that everyone is on the same page and going in the same direction at the same time. And we have been in contact with the owners, and they're really open to facilitating a better relationship. And so we're going to take that positivity, and we are going to foster that as we move through this process. So as Claire mentioned, this presentation will kind of go over the difficulties and the challenges of mall redevelopment, but it will also talk about the opportunities and the success. So we will also give you some insight into the lift of city government in both dollars and in the process. So I'm excited to be here and to be a part of the process because I really do feel like this will be vital for our economic health of our city. And with that, I'll hand it over to Murdad.
Good afternoon. I know most of you guys. First, I want to say thank you to Lewisville because I have a relationship there of 30 years, and I'm grateful for that relationship. I'm dressed because I was on construction site, so I'm sorry if I'm not, properly dressed for this. But having said that, malls, it's a difficult process because these things have been an iconic part of the city for so long. Just to come back, replace them with some different things that are just okay to fill up space is really not was our goal. And the problem that you run into with these things are actually the developer agreement that exists prior to us showing up, because everybody has certain rights on these things. I mean, one retailer can stay open and it would make the whole thing has to operate as a mall. At least that's been our experience, and I'm sure it is at Vista Ridge Mall. I actually bid on that thing. I should have gone up a little higher, but I didn't. So, but the point is that developer agreement creates a lot of issues. Unless you own the whole thing, you really can't deliver a cohesive plan that works for everybody. So for us, we ended up paying some high prices for the last couple of pieces, but we were able to secure the whole Collin Creek Mall. Then what we did after that, I said, okay, well, you come back and replace a mall that, I had a meeting, zoning case. I was going to rezone it, and so I decided to throw a party at, I think it was Dillard's or something, and, we invited the neighborhood, and there was about 900 people showed up, which when they showed up, I was going, what a mistake I made. This is not going to be fun. But, we served some alcohol, we served some dinner, and things kind of calmed down a little bit.
They got happier.
And I have a video that actually I'm pretty proud of. So everybody, about 90% of people were against what I was going to ask for, but we got in there and we truly talked to them and told them the truth about where we were going and what our plan was, and the fact that we weren't there to just develop some data center or this and that. We were going to actually do something that we felt like it was iconic and special also. And we told them we were going to ask for some money from City of Plano, and we told them we were going to do this and we were going to do that. And I took a show of hand at the end of the meeting, and except 4 people, everybody raised their hands that they were in favor of the project, which was very encouraging to me because I wasn't there for zoning night, but Sean was there. I actually had a heart attack. I was sitting in the hospital watching on my phone, and he didn't have one person speak against the project. Not a single person spoke against the project, where we're asking for 2,600 multifamily units, 500 residential townhomes, million square foot of office, and a bunch of other stuff, just to leave it at that. So, and right in the middle of election, which, by the way, everybody was running on a platform of no more multifamily. So that was pretty impressive case for us. We always look at that as a very impressive zoning case. So, but how we got the people to agree to it and how we got the people to want to live our dream with us is you guys were talking about parking. We have a 100-acre site that we're dense as you can get. I mean, I just mentioned the zoning. We went on a trip and ended up being a business trip, but I think we were drunk most of the nights. We traveled a bunch of malls around the country trying to figure out what was special. There was a guy named Crusoe that owns Third City Promenade in Los Angeles. He owns the Grove. He owns the Americana Mall. He owns Century City Mall. And we were just, best one that he owns is Pacific Palisades Village, which we have a house there, and so it was kind of close by, and we knew what was going on. And we started realizing, okay, what is this guy doing that actually different than everybody else? First of all, majority of parking is on the ground. You go to Legacy Hill, which has been a very successful project. Legacy East is kind of suffering now, but Legacy West came back and took most of the customers. But a lot of parking is out of ground. Even when you're walking around Legacy, you still have this feeling of, you're between a bunch of buildings, they're a bunch of concrete. Yeah, they made them nice, but it's still kind of jammed up, This guy did most of his parking on the ground. It's a little more expensive. It is what it is. And on top, and another thing is that he made it to the point that parking, I don't like going to parking garages. I own a few of them, but I hate going to the parking garages, They're dark, they're low ceilings, it's just not a comfortable thing. You got to park, got to remember where you park, get to the elevator. this is not how he parked. And we had the same opportunity at Collin Creek Mall. We had enough land that is almost like surface parking. Our ceilings are 11 feet tall. We have plenty of lighting. All our walkways are carpeted. You know, we have fake landscaping, but we have landscaping. We have music going on. And every 250 feet, there's a way to get up, whether it's a staircase, whether it's a park, and whether it's an elevator, or whether it's an escalator. And there's also some natural light brought into it through some skylights and all that, to the point that it's almost like surface parking. If you know where you're going after the first time, you park, you go up the elevator, you walk 125 feet, which is most of the time you have to walk even if you're in a parking lot. So, and you get to your place. And you don't feel all jammed up. You feel secured. The light is there. Again, it was a little more expensive, but so at Collin Creek Mall, our first parking garage right now that's under construction is 2,800 parking spaces, whatever. But it's over about 10 acres or so. It's only, the retail side is only 2 stories. You don't go all of this stuff to get to it and back and forth. Now, that's going to be difficult if you're trying to park on 12,000 square foot lot, but that's a whole separate story. But so our parking, and what we did is also because of the density, you know, a lot of people, I'm a single family residential business, that's the majority of my business. I have people that have sold lots and houses to in Frisco that are all now moving to Gunter just because they want to just get away from Frisco, you know? And nothing wrong with Frisco, but it's just getting dense for them, all that. So when you have a dense site like this, you have to have quality of life. And what we have is a lot of parking spaces. Not that many cars going to travel through our streets. They're going to get into the parking spots. They're able to get in and out. You know, and another thing that we're contemplating, I don't know if we'll be able to pull it off or not, is making the ride actually fun. What I mean by that is we've played with all kind of ideas. We're going to have some, they're on wheels, but like there's McKinney Avenue Railroad cars, whatever you call them. But one of the deals that we're dealing with right now, you know, there's a company called Boring Company owned by the guy that owned Tesla, that just did a tunnel in Las Vegas that goes from the airport to the convention center. And, you know, that Plano is a little disjointed. They got the downtown on the east side. This is going to be a big hub for them. But to get from the DART station in Plano to our site, we're right now contemplating actually boring a tunnel, which it sounds ridiculous because you would think, how much money is that? But they do about $10 million a mile, and they do in a week as far as actual drilling. It's crazy what their technology is and how well they've got it and how good they've gone at it. You know, if you go to the one in Vegas, these Teslas are traveling at 120 miles an hour. A lot of people just go in there just to see the tunnel. It becomes a kind of, like I said, a fun thing to do. So we're playing an idea right now. We'll see if it works between our one of our areas going back to downtown Plano to the point that people can park in the DART parking lot and just get to this real quick. That was one idea. It's not done yet, but we're working on it. So the parking becomes a big issue, but how you do parking without it being a detriment to you, because like I said, there's a lot of places in downtown Dallas that I don't go to just because the parking is too much pain. That's that side of it. Again, the parks and the open space is a big deal. We kept the core of the mall, which was all the small mom and pop operations. The building was nice, the quality of building was good, it could easily be remodeled and made it updated, something to look like North Park, something to look some of the malls that we looked at without spending a ridiculous amount of money, and the structure was there. We tore everything else down. We tore Sears, Macy's, Dillard's, Lord & Taylor, whatever that game thing was, huh? Whatever. So we tore everything else down, and we totally replanned it around that. Even on the roof of our existing retail, which is about 400,000 square foot of retail, and that's another thing, because we wanted, and Plano wanted, to create this back with a tax base that had a combination of retail, living, office, restaurants, and entertainment. So we had to keep, and that was a good retail to keep in the core of things. We attached things to the outside of it to make it totally brand new. On this side, we added all new retail to the point that now you have retail with frontage on the streets, so people can get in and out without having to go through the whole mall and having a lot of neighborhood services. Then on top of that retail, we added on the front 400 units of multifamily, and on top of the roof, we're actually taking the roof off and doing, whether it was putt-putt or it would be some sort of landscaping, the walking track for the multifamily people. It's just going to look nice, and that's really the concept, trying to make sure that what we deliver is iconic. People want to live there. We got 10 restaurants going in there. We took the center of the mall and connected the mall on the north side, on the 75 side, to the mall on the south side, to the point people can just walk back and forth through open air without having to go through the mall again, and which is a big deal. Those parks, we're spending $10, $12 million on parks that are just really nicely done, you know. At first, we were going to put some kind of a lagoon. That lagoon became ridiculous as far as maintenance-wise and all that, so we scratched that idea. But the park's got a lot of interactive stuff in them, a lot of seating areas, a lot of different things. And we have areas for music. We have areas that are just for dog park. We have a lot of areas. So I tell you who's doing a really good job with that right now, City of Dallas. Not actually, no disrespect to City of Dallas, but Mr. Decker is doing a great job of that right now. Next to my project, the one that I'm next to my apartment project right there on Commerce Street, that park is amazing, you know. So anyway, so the parks are designed to be very interactive parks. People can walk, eat, do whatever, you know. And again, we wanted to minimize the traffic in that area, because if there's a bunch of cars, if we're successful and got 100,000 cars coming and going, that's not going to be fun to cross streets and all that. So we went everything that we could under the ground. Again, it was expensive. As far as public-private partnership that goes, I think we got $147 million partnership between county, City of Plano, and everything else. 65 of it went into parking. And then the balance, there's a lot of stuff. The other thing that I also emphasize for you is we don't like areas that are just all apartments. And again, there's some areas that are nice apartments. So every mixed-use project that we own, we have some ownership in there. These townhomes are anywhere from $500,000 to $750,000. And the reason for that being is the people that own their property, again, no disrespect to the ones that rent, but they kind of maintain everything. They keep up. If something is wrong with that multifamily, they'll be calling Plano or me or somebody, you know. So we always try to have ownership and multifamily mixed in together. We need multifamily, no issues, but this kind of keeps up the quality of the multifamily. The retail side of it is challenging. And what we're doing right now, and we're blessed enough that financially we're able to pull this off, but we're going to retailers that we like, and this is the pitch. You don't have to spend any dollars for finish out. You don't have to sign a lease. You pay a percentage rent, and we will not have that much competition in this 400,000 square foot. There'll probably be 2 ladies' shoe stores, and that'll be it. There'll be 1 sporting goods store. We're trying to market the mall as a whole. And what I mean by that is most of these mom and pops don't have enough money for marketing purposes, or they can't have Kim Kardashian come there on a weekend to draw a bunch of people there or whoever else. So as a percentage rent, we're charging 10% on percentage rent, and 2% goes into marketing. We're marketing the whole mall as a whole. Now we have a $3 million budget for marketing annually. And because of that, we're able to really market the mall. And they don't care, because there's not, the lady that sells shoes that are high-end and the one that sells middle ground, they're still going to get customers. They don't have to compete with each other. And 400,000 square foot is not that much. So we can fill in. There's stores that we want. I don't know if we're going to be able to tie them up now, but Connie's been working with a lot of them. Connie was with JCPenney, and we're blessed enough to get them after having to go through with JC. That was a delay on our project. We thought we bought JCPenney, then JCPenney went bankrupt, then we had to go buy it again, and so that took about 8 or 10 months. But Connie was with them, and so she's approached a lot of people, like my kids like Urban Outfitters. When you're trying to get Urban Outfitters to come back to East Plano, is a little difficult right now, but especially open up a new store and actually invest. But if you tell them the only thing they bring is their inventory and their payroll, and I'm responsible for marketing, and I'm responsible for actually getting money, it's a little bit easier to deal with them, you know? And there are so many new concepts, and one thing that we're trying to do is not build something, it's going to be very interactive. It's very important, because of the multifamily and the homes, that my Starbucks always got somebody in it. You know, you don't want to have at 8 o'clock, you know, we own some stuff downtown. 6 o'clock is dead. I mean, there's just nobody around. We don't want that. We want something that's constantly active through the process. And so that's an important process for us. And the mixture of people that you want in there, they got to be able to work with each other and complement each other. And now we have control of that because of the percentage rent issue that we're talking about. We're only going to go to the ones that we think complement each other. So, you know, overall, we had a 2-year delay because of JCPenney. Then we were going to take some money from the state, COGS, but it just became so difficult, we said we better just give that one back. So after about 8 months of that, we gave up $35 million that COGS was putting in, and that we decided just was becoming too difficult.
Was that the one for the parking garage?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh.
That was the one, if you remember, Laura Miller was running for city, I don't know what again, but they had a big deal in Preston Center where they had allocated $35 million and they had to spend it. So when we offered it up to them, they jumped on it and they come in, they did really good, but then we got involved in what all we had to do to get it. After about a year of working on it, we decided it just was too much, you know. It may not be for something you do, you know. You know, so overall, there's been a very good cooperation, and the kind of zoning case that we got to really, I have to say, you know, kudos to Sean and everybody in our staff. What we got done in zoning case was amazing, not having that kind of, and it's so good because we've stayed interactive with all the HOAs. I mean, I get ladies that call me that tells me, you know, hey, I used to play soccer on that when I was, you know, 16 years old, so I'm really happy about what you're doing. Or, you know, when Mayor Plano was leaving, I threw a party for closing down Collin. I anticipated 1,500 people, and I think 6,000 people showed up. I was just a little overwhelming. So, you know, the project has taken a life that we like, that people are supporting it. They're also, you know, they like to see something old come back in a good way. So it's just been, in that regard, we're a little bit behind, but when I compare that to Valley View or something like that, we're actually way ahead of time. So, so we're all well honest. I'm throwing a lot of darts at you. Yeah, you know, I have to say you guys deserve it. I guess Eric left now, and you, Majid take over. That's good. Anyway, so.
I think we have a video too.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we can play that so you guys see it and I can answer any questions. But, you know, like I said, Lewisville's close to my heart. We've done a lot of work there. Vista Ridge, like I said, I wish I would have bid it a little more, but I didn't. Those are for sale product. That's our open area between the two parks with restaurant overlooking the parks. I said there's not a lot of cars. That's not our street. I'm just kidding. You know, one thing about parking that I think you were mentioning, I'm not in favor of big parking garages because it just generates, you know, we have a few and maybe the locations, whatever, but it just, there's always problems there. So if you could divide up your parking smaller, like, I don't know if you saw or not, but we actually overpark some of the multifamily units that are close to retail to the point that the first floor, they can park there and go to the retail, and it's almost surface parking. So we took advantage of a lot of different spots to the point people have different options of parking, not just one big gigantic parking lot. So anyway, I'll answer any questions and go from there. I can't get anything done from Economic Development Dallas anymore after this, but I couldn't anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
All right. Thank you, Murdad. I think we can go to
Thanks.
the next one.
Appreciate it.
Kevin, we'll have you come up next.
I'm just kidding.
Is this on?
We're pulling it up.
Okay. Well, I'll just start real quick. Again, I'm with the City of Dallas. I'm a staff person. So I'm going to bring an entirely different perspective on things, and I think that's what your city manager and your economic development director really want me to do. City of Dallas has been battling dead malls for more than 25 years. If you lived in North Dallas in the 90s, you may recall Prestonwood Mall. You may have taken a date to the skating rink in Prestonwood Mall. In the mid-90s, the city of Dallas sat back and did nothing and watched Prestonwood Mall die and chose not to intervene. And what they got in its place was a power center anchored by a Walmart. And so they learned their lesson. And then 10 years later, when the Great Recession was really starting to unfold and Valley View Mall was, for all intents and purposes, dead, but was still open, there was a tremendous effort to get proactive and try and intervene and save what could be saved in that area, given its strategic location in the region. So I'm going to talk about 2 malls. Actually, we have 3 with the Galleria as well. I want to open with a couple of questions or comments just to get you to think about things. These are things that we've dealt with for the last 10 to 12 years. Is a mall worth saving? Is any part of an existing structure worth saving? Is there something about where the mall is? At a Vista Ridge Mall, I mean, I've been here 40 years. I've been to Vista Ridge Mall or whatever it's being called now. Is it part of your community? Is there anything savable or salvageable? Sorry.
I'd like to ask you about Northtown, because that was like one of the very first malls that went down.
LBJ and Midway?
635, LBJ,
Yep. Yeah.
Walnut Hill, yeah.
Yeah, it was a small mall. I remember that.
It was the only mall back in the day. We would come from Lewisville and have to go to the.
Right. Yeah, so.
The cinema there.
I forgot
it has
that
a
one.
Furs cafeteria.
Yeah.
But it shut completely down,
Yeah.
stayed dormant and then they turned it into, I never knew what they turned that into.
I think it's a data center or a call center of some sort, which these buildings tend to lend themselves to that use. But, so, again, is the mall salvageable or worth saving? Is it too expensive to reposition? Something that Merdad was talking about, it may be just too hard. Malls are governed, they're created by these very complex legal mechanisms that make all of the owners of each individual components and all the out parcel people, they're all bound together by something called a reciprocal easement agreement, which can be a 200, 300, 400 page legal document that has probably been amended 25 times since the day it was signed. I'll talk a little bit about our experience with the REA at Valley View. That's been part of the problem. Key question for the city, for any city, is how much or to what degree do you want to intervene in the market? With a mall, do you want to be proactive or do you want to be reactive? Proactive can be positive for the market. Developers like when a city gets proactive. The city goes out and proactively rezones property, initiates rezoning on their own. It creates predictability for developers and property owners. It's faster. It gets them to a permit a whole lot faster. But in doing so, the city gives up something: leverage, power, control. So the last question I want to leave with you is, what level of control do you want in trying to figure out what to do with your dead mall? Do you want to have control over property owners or the property itself? Those are 2 very different things, and they have very different implications for the outcomes. So let's get started with my experiences. So this is the Valley View Galleria. It's a little bit cut off, but if you're all familiar with it, the tollway is on the, does this have a little pointer?
It doesn't work.
Okay. The tollway's on the left. Preston Road is on the right. Yeah, there we go. LBJ's on the bottom, right? It's split, it bisects Montfort. So you got the Galleria, which is the turquoise looking green piece. But this piece right here is the Valley View Mall super block. It's 100 acres. It's all private property. There's no public streets or public utilities on the site. So many malls look like this. Trying to look at this aerial is from probably 2012, because JCPenney is still standing. The colors on this map show you the different consolidations of property ownership. So I tried to look up who owns what at your mall, but the problem that we've had at Valley View, and Murdad mentioned it, is there's fragmented ownership. Different pieces are owned by different people. And so those, as we'll walk through this, that's part of the issue, is that those people, those entities don't agree on timelines, don't agree on vision, don't agree on how to separate themselves or how to extricate themselves from legal documents. So those are all the complications that we'll talk about with Valley View. So the city did in coming out of the recession, as I said, this was considered a, quote, mega site redevelopment opportunity. It's at the corner of Main and Main. The city decided it did not want to sit back and watch this area crumble too. It's been a key piece of an economic development strategic plan. It's been in the comprehensive plan. We were, as a city, pretty much all in on every implementation piece in the toolbox. Our office did we did a grant with the North Dallas Chamber to try and get a planning study going in 2011. So that resulted in a plan. In Dallas, we call them area plans or small area plans or whatever you want to call it. It's a mini comp plan for this area. It's 440 acres, so it encompasses the area, not just the Valley View Mall site itself. It created a comprehensive vision, blah, blah, blah. There's an adopted illustrative vision, but really the third bullet. So the vision is downtown for North Dallas. It's a mixed use, very high density, but pedestrian friendly place anchored by a large central park, supported by vibrant uses, blah, 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 mixed housing choices at various income levels. Connected by a network of walkable streets and open spaces, and eventually connected to the DART rail system. The two key opportunities, but really are the challenges, is breaking down that super block into something that is pedestrian scale and can be redeveloped incrementally, and also providing a park that can serve as a regional destination and a local destination for the people that live and work there. In 2012, City of Dallas and most of the region was really high on Clyde Warren Park, which had just been birthed. And so everybody was sort of awakening to the power of open space to influence real estate. So real quick, this is an area plan. This is a top-down view. It's illustrative, but really what you're seeing is a central park, 20 acres, and then basically a block-by-block redevelopment of 440 acres. Just to quantify that, it's 10 to 12,000 units of residential. It's over 4 million square feet of office in buildings that are conceptually, 12 to 20 stories. I think there's a 26-story height limit because of Addison Airport flight patterns. The city also got very proactive. Right after the area plan was approved, the council also approved a proactive rezoning of all 440 acres. So it is if you're familiar with form-based zoning, it's a form-based zoning district. It locked in where the streets need to be, what the streets need to look like, where the parks and open space needs to be. So all those images there at the bottom are locked into the planned development district that governs the zoning for the area. The very next year, the city also proactively created its other implementation tool. The city, A city, only has two implementation tools. It has the power to control land use through zoning, and it has money. That's all you got. So this is the second piece of the puzzle in terms of implementation and being proactive about it. The city put a TIF district in place, and it is what is known colloquially as a barbell TIF district. We can talk more about what barbell means, but effectively the last bullet there, these are two different sub-districts that are not connected in any way. One is in southern Dallas where Redwood Mall is. The other one is the Valley View area. And they are connected in spirit only. They are not physically connected. There is no gerrymandering of the TIF district boundary. It is purely on paper that they share the similar conditions, and we created it in such a way that part of the tax increment that is generated by the stronger market area around Valley View Galleria, part of that increment that's generated by development is transferred through the annual budget process to the sub-district in southern Dallas because it needs it more. So this is redistribution of increment through tax increment finance. And we do this all the time in Dallas. We have 6 or 7 other TIF districts where this has been very successful. If you're familiar with Trinity Groves on the other side of the river, that is a barbell TIF district with the sports arena, the Victory area. We have a TOD TIF district that connects many of the DART light rail station areas together. Mockingbird Station, all the ones in the north that are in stronger real estate markets, they share increment with the ones in the south. Part of the vision is a 20-acre park, as I mentioned, that sort of anchors the entire district. In 2017, the city had a general obligation bond program of over $1 billion. And in preparation of that, most of the property owners around the Valley View area threw their money in a hat and paid for a conceptual master plan for the park. And that was important because it helped sell the concept of the park to get it into the bond program. Our bond program tends to have earmarks, especially in the parks proposition. And so this has an earmark of $6 million, but we can't touch it until private donations in the same amount come in. Lots of other things going on in terms of regional transportation. The Council of Governments is very much looking at this area as a way to pilot automated transportation. And so over the last 10 years, there's been a series of authorizations and funding allocations. Most recently, the area had what's called an automated transportation system and shared parking feasibility. This is effectively laying the foundation for automated shuttles on an elevated track, fixed guideway track, that would circulate the entire district, but also provide a regional connection to the DART Cotton Belt, the Silver Line, up at Knoll Trail. And this was recently, even though it was completed 2 years ago, the council just recently adopted this as a part of the area plan. And so what that does is it allows the staff to go pursue implementation. So I'll talk a little bit about how that's going to be done, but we gotta open up the planned development district. The zoning has to be tweaked to allow for more shared parking and actually required shared parking because the market tends to not want to share parking with each other. We've also gone back and re-reviewed all the plans. This is probably a good time to stop and tell you the real story. So after the TIF district was created in 2014, everybody was real excited. We have 3 major property owners on the Valley View Mall site. One of those property owners owns 2/3 of the site, or about 68 acres. We had negotiated a sizable incentive package with that owner in between 2015 and 2016. you know, this area requires almost, and to Paris's point, $150 to $200 million of infrastructure. It has no public streets, but yet we're, in our plan, requiring a ton of public streets. 25 new blocks will be created. That's the size of Uptown. You know, I mean, State Thomas and Uptown. If you ever been to State Thomas area in Uptown, we're creating one from scratch on a big piece of private property that is owned by 3 major parties. So, you know, $150, $200 million of infrastructure, a park that's going to take $50 million to acquire and $50 million to improve and turn it into a park. So this isn't cheap. The city is very serious about trying to be, you know, creating a place that is that stands out in the region and even nationally. But we had a deal with that major property owner in 2016. The council approved $36 million of tax increment finance, mostly to support the infrastructure that would be needed to create about 5 blocks of new development, tear down everything that that owner controlled, you know, $300 million of private investment, new hotel, new apartments, new office tower, all of that. And then a year later, we terminated the deal because that property owner and developer couldn't deliver on the deal points. And then a year later, because there was so much bad blood between the city and that owner, we sued them for code violations, unpaid water bills, all sorts of other fun stuff. And then we settled that agreement, and in that settlement, forced that owner to demolish the mall. If you've driven past there lately, it used to look like people said it was a war zone, yes. But if you've driven past there lately, the AMC Theater is still standing. It's on its own foundation. It was built in the early 90s. So AMC was still trying to stay open. They had a ground lease with the owner, but they recently closed that building as well. So we've been through all this heartache and turmoil with that owner. But I'll show you, we've made some progress. You know, there's other parts in the district that are not just on the Valley View Mall site. There are areas near the Galleria that have successfully redeveloped without much fanfare. We've got over 1,400 units on the ground now, a new hotel. Nearly all of the mall has been actually demolished, finally. We're reopening the PD to tweak the zoning. The school district, the voters approved a 2020 bond program for the school district that includes $75 million for a new K through 12 integrated choice school. The key word there being vertically integrated. This is will be the first of its kind for the district. That will be it will be in a vertical building. It will not be a spread out campus, suburban style school. So we're working with the district to try and site that facility. We're doing lots of other stuff with bond funds. We've got a complete street project for Montfort that is funded with bond funds, both from the city and from Dallas County. And then that last bullet is also important. For the longest time, if you read the paper, you would think that the city wasn't doing anything, and I guess Merdad also thinks that too. But on a side note, is he here? Did he leave? He left. Merdad tried to after we killed the deal with the people in 2016, we asked Merdad to go buy them out, and so this is all public information. So Merdad got.
And we are live casting this on YouTube, so.
Hey, that's fine. There's been lots of folks that the city is encouraged to try and go get control of the site. So there's a wastewater line that's now in that everyone argued about who was going to pay for, but the 3 primary owners have finally come together and decided to pony up a couple $1 million to get an off-site wastewater line in. So really now the Valley View Mall site is shovel ready for all intents and purposes. There are no other excuses. So now that we're coming out of COVID, now that infrastructure is in, hopefully we'll start to see some progress. Something that's been in the news in the last 2 months, again, going back to this economic development strategic plan and trying to focus on what the city controls and influences, that's the public spaces. So a lot of what we're doing now is trying to get very strategic about how we work with the school district to place a school in the area. How do we get very strategic about acquiring the properties we need for the park? We recently did successfully buy one of the 5 parcels that we need for that park. But the big piece that's come out is we're officially rebranding the area. Some owners call it Midtown, some people call it Valley View Galleria, some people call it Galleria, some people call it whatever. But we, as the city, are officially taking back this area. We are taking control of the narrative publicly, and we've rebranded it as the International District. And it has the support of lots of different stakeholders in the business community, in the international chamber. But really, this is the most that we can do to influence the outcomes, short of owning the property, and we don't own anything except the little piece of the park. Is that it? So that's kind of where I want to stop with Valley View and make a hard left turn to talk about Redbird Mall or Southwest Center Mall or whatever we're going to call the one in the southern part of the city down at 67 and 20. And then I'm going to turn it over to Terrence to brag about.
The one that says Redbird.
I don't know which one I called. There you go. I didn't know what you guys saved it at. There we go. Okay, so I mentioned that the city created a barbell TIF district. And that's important because Valley View and Galleria area is connected to Redbird Mall in southern Dallas. A little bit of background there. You can see the star of where it's located. You may have not been down there lately or at all ever, but it's at I-20 and 67, almost at the edge of the city's boundary with Duncanville. It was built in 75. You'll see it looks like Vista Ridge very much. This is what it looked like a couple years ago, but it has a ring road. It has an inline portion that's 340,000 square feet. It has several anchors. JCPenney had been demolished back in 2012. You can see the timeline there. A lot of the anchors have been out of there for a long time. Sears hung on until 2019, and then Macy's also in 2017. Burlington Coat Factory's doing hot business out there. They love it. And they're the only ones that own their little piece. So this is what it kind of looked like, not unlike probably what Vista Ridge looks like. These big food court areas and atriums and then very low floor-to-ceiling heights on the actual retail spaces. Giant seas of parking. So the city has also been working on trying to reposition this area for over a decade. In 2009, we brought Urban Land Institute to town. And Claire was were you still there?
What year?
2009?
Yes.
Okay. So we brought Urban Land Institute in. It's a national panel of experts. They spent a week studying the area, and they came to, they issue a report, but basically 3 conclusions. The market is too weak to justify private investment on its own. It had severely fragmented ownership, which hindered redevelopment, and there was just no vision of what to do with it. So they recommended that the city get serious about being active in recruiting investors and developers, playing an active role in land assembly, ensuring that any of the existing anchors would want to stay during redevelopment, establishing a TIF district to support public investment, and articulating a community-based vision. So we did that. We did all of those things. See if there's anything on here. Yeah. So in 2015 is the time that changed everything for us. We saw an opportunity that we needed to pounce on. A local guy who wanted to take control of most of the mall. We had an opportunity where most of the mall was put up for auction on a website, and so we took advantage and we did a deal with this guy to help him get control of the property. The city council approved a small grant of $2.4 million to help with that assembly. We put a performance deed of trust on collateral property, but there was no plan. This was just cross your fingers and hope for the best. So this is what the property ownership looked like prior to that, prior to 2015, all the different colors on the left side. And this is why nothing was happening, because there was 27 different owners with 27 different ideas of what to do with it. In 2015, when the city intervened and helped this guy get control of most of the site, and then since then, he's also acquired some other pieces. You can see the difference, and this makes all the difference in your outcomes. Quick history about what, so this is Peter Brodsky. He is not a developer, he is an investor. And so after we helped him get control of the site, then we had to steer him in the right direction. I think he took meetings with Paris. I think he took meetings with Merdad. I mean, we had to teach him how to develop. And so he's, spent 2 years. He got Terrence involved, and Terrence's former boss too, right? With Frank. They got to figure out what to do with it. What is the market? What are the engineering studies say about, what the utilities are going to cost? Who are the prospective tenants? What about the existing people? Are they going to stay? And then they also rebranded the mall back to Redbird, because Redbird has it has a lot of meaning. Terrence might go into this. A lot of meaning about this that part of town, and so it's a focal point of part of Southern Dallas, and Redbird means something to people who live around it. In 2017, a developer came forward after he thought he had figured out what he was going to do at the site. And so he came forward with a sizable request of the city. And he was thinking he could get Class A office space and medical offices. He was going to reposition and resize the retail that was there. I think you might talk about, when you get up here, talk about Foot Locker being an important part of that. But we all recognize the importance of amenitizing the area. If you're going to create a place, you got to have amenities. So open space, parks, reasons to be there just other than working or having an appointment to do something. These are just images of kind of the master plan, and developer had plans has plans and is implementing these plans to open up some of the existing building with light, so creating transparency, skylights, changing the entryways. And I think Paris, I would stop to say one thing. The city of Dallas puts a lot of value in experts, as far as I can tell. And so we have something called a Urban Design Peer Review Panel. So this is a body that is advisory to the city, that is appointed by the city manager, bunch of architects and engineers and landscape architects and planners, and Paris served on this body for many years. And anything that we do from an incentive standpoint, especially with tax increment finance, is required to go through this body for review. And ultimately, we could have a whole nother session on what the benefits of that, but it effectively changes the plans. The developer improves the plans based on that body's recommendations, and a lot of times it increases the cost too. And so we went through this whole process. The peer review panel had input, and ultimately, in 2018, City Council approved a very large incentive that was unprecedented for Southern Dallas. You may remember this in the news, but effectively it was $10 million of a grant with GEO bond funds, a loan for $12 million, another 15.6 out of tax increment finance from the mall TIF district, although that TIF money is actually assigned back to the city to help pay down the loan. We took a lien on everything and had a loan payment guarantee from the parent company controlled by Mr. Brodsky. Everything was signed and papered up several months later, and then everybody started to get serious about what it would look like. Hey, there's Terrence. You're near the, what kind of bird is that, by the way? It's a red bird. It's a red, it's not a cardinal, though, right? Okay. Yeah. So after council approved this very big deal, that's not the end of it, that's just the beginning. So it's important for you to know that money doesn't solve all the world's problems, especially not for mall redevelopment. So you'll see a series of other transactions that were facilitated by the city using other economic development tools that may or may not already exist in Lewisville, but we have a new markets tax credit program, which is a federal program facilitated by an instrumentality of the city called Dallas Development Fund. So we were able to generate a little bit of equity for the project. We have done 4 or 5 amendments in the last 3 years to this deal because it's impossible to anticipate every possible thing that could happen. So if you find yourself in this position in a few years, go easy on staff because it's a crystal ball, and we do our very best to anticipate every possible thing that could happen, and none of us ever get it completely right. So we've had to amend this deal several times. We have to deal with the cost of infrastructure going up. We have to deal with subordinations to senior lenders who are also lending on parts of the project. Let me see if there's anything worth mentioning here. We added, as Mr. Brodsky has added property to the project, we've had to amend all the legal documents, added new liens on property that were being brought into the project, SNDAs with tenants. These are all legal terms, but we also have a property sets clean energy program with the city of Dallas. So we were able to generate another $3.5 million for improvements to the existing portion of the inline mall. We've had to extend dates because of COVID-related impacts. And then recently, the council approved another amendment to help the project navigate COVID complications and give them more financial flexibility. And that's all I've really got. But I want to circle back to the comments I made at the beginning, which is, and before I turn it over to Terrence, you got to think about control and how much control the city wants to have. The more control you are willing to take, probably it's going to be a better outcome, but it's going to be harder and probably cost the city a lot more money. But I'm going to turn it over to Terrence. Terrence is one of the, you're co-developer, right?
Yeah, co-developer.
Okay. Terrence can talk about all the intricacies of tenanting, decision-making, the business side of it. Are you going to start with any awards you won?
We'll talk about some
All
of
right.
them. Yeah, they're on there.
There you go.
Thanks, Kevin. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Terrence Maiden, CEO of Russell Glenn Company. We're a Dallas-based real estate development group. I think it's relevant to give a little bit of background. So I've been in development for 22 years now, but I grew up in the Oak Cliff community. So I grew up going to Redbird. So it was a project that was near and dear to my heart. The second thing is, prior to lunch in Russell Glen, I was the EVP of development at Corinth Properties. And at Corinth, we started looking at malls back in the early 2000s, like 2002, 2003. The principal there, Frank Mialopoulos, sort of saw the writing on the walls with retail. And we felt like it was being overbuilt, especially in the mall space. And so the first mall redevelopment that Corinth redeveloped was in Nashville, the old 100 Oaks Mall. And so instead of demolishing any portions of the mall, we essentially signed a 450,000 square foot lease with Vanderbilt to do a huge medical center there. And then we repurposed sort of the exterior look of the mall and then did some new sort of restaurants that would complement the medical there. We also bought a mall in York, PA, the West Manchester Mall, which we redeveloped. And that strategy was much different. And so I bring all that up is because no mall looks the same when it gets redeveloped. You have to do what's best for your particular community. We spend a lot of time in community meetings. We had at least 50 community meetings for Redbird, from one-on-one to like community forums, just really getting feedback. You want the community to feel like they're a part of the process as a city. For us, it's very important. As a developer, we actually put the community's perspective and thoughts and ideas first, because they're going to be the one interacting the most with the project. So Kevin went into some really good details about sort of our the history here at Redbird, but I want to acknowledge a couple of things. So this is an award-winning redevelopment, and what I like most about this particular rendering that's on the screen is that this is exactly what's happening now. This is a real, true image of what the project is going to look like. Here's just some quotes from media. We made several announcements since we started. So I was introduced to Peter Brodsky probably 4 to 6 months after he acquired the mall. And he and I just forged a very good relationship. I like the fact that he didn't know much about development, but he was willing to invest a lot of money in the community. And so we created a really good partnership, and we balance each other very well from our approach and sort of vision. Kevin gave a lot of sort of background on where the mall is located. One thing that I wanted to point out here, though, is that Redbird is the only mall in the southern half of the city, but it's only 10.9 miles from downtown. And one of the perspectives is that it's so far away, but technically it's really not. It's really close to the downtown core. The other thing that's relevant is that this community is very diverse, but it's predominantly African American. When the mall was built, as Kevin mentioned, in the mid-'70s, it was the mall to go to. Now, there were some crime issues that started happening in the late '90s, and then so it forced a couple of the anchors to relocate further south. So Dillard's and JCPenney's located their stores in Cedar Hill, but the malls remained open and operating and really providing a very nice cash flow for the ownership. And that was really relevant in this redevelopment strategy because it allowed us to move forward with the plan and the strategy with an addition of having NOI, so income coming in. So it gave us a little bit more flexibility. Now, I would say I'm looking at a lot of malls across the U.S. As you can imagine. This is probably one of the most complicated redevelopments. I mean, it's in a community that has a really bad stigma over the years. I mean, Redbird is if in the marketplace is called either Blackbird or Deadbird, you know. So it's kind of like overcoming that sort of myth about the community, as well as the infrastructure of the building is very complicated, and we'll get into that here. And then one thing I wanted to point out too is that we have a competing retail node. So if you look down to the bottom right, Target initially wanted to go to Redbird, but access was really tough. And so they went to I-20 and Wheatland, and so a lot of the retail went that way. And so that made it a lot more challenging to attract retail when we started the redevelopment. So here's our strategy. Unlike what Madai said, where they could scrape Collin Creek and start from scratch, we don't have the luxury here because of the rents. You know, we had to go with a model and a strategy that will allow us to keep as much infrastructure of the buildings as possible so we can roll that cost down to the tenants. And so it can be something that's affordable. We're not trying to displace people that have been there. We want to make sure that we can have as much flexibility when it comes to sort of what tenants we can bring in and also with our strategy. The other thing that we thought was really critical is to create more of a sort of street grid within the project. So you can see how we're starting to incorporate sort of that connectivity with this north-south road that's going down by the residential. We're connecting Pastor Bailey Drive, Old Camp Wisdom, over to Westmoreland. Some of the announcements that we made, so where UT Southwestern is going there under construction, they should open within the next few months. They took the former Dillard's, the former Sears box. Down at the south, which we're calling the South Wing now, is where Parkland and Workforce Solutions took the first floor. And the second floor, we're talking to a few different office tenants to go in. The first floor of the mall will remain retail shop space. And if you were to walk the mall today, it's about 60 to 65% lease, mostly local tenants. You have a couple of nationals tenants in there, but it's still open and operating. Where you see the multifamily, so that is up 100% occupied. They were at 100% occupancy when they were about 65% under construction. So that showed the demand for housing here. Marriott will break ground in construction in July with a new dual branded hotel, a Marriott Courtyard and Residence Inn. We're in advanced conversations with the new grocery store. This area is considered a grocery desert. So we thought it was really important to have that as a part of our overall strategy. And then the North Wing, which is the former Macy's, we're programming that for entertainment. Foot Locker was one of the first tenants to come in. They were inside the mall. They decided to build a power store, which is right on what we're calling the lawn at Redbird, which is a 1-acre green space that would be heavily programmed for the community. Starbucks was the first tenant to open. It's one of their community stores. And what's really fascinating about this particular Starbucks is it ranks number 3 in Dallas-Fort Worth for sales performance. But if you walk in, it's sort of like a melting pot. So it's black, white, Hispanic, different age groups. So it's really remarkable of how like the one Starbucks can create this sense of community. Chick-fil-A is coming in. We're announcing many other restaurants that are coming in. So this gives you a perspective of the second floor. So we're converting the entire second floor to office. And so our big tenant that we signed up was a company named Chime out of Atlanta. They're leasing 90,000 square feet, and they will employ over 3,000 people in the community. We also are at lease and finalizing the lease with Dallas College here. And then we are talking to other office tenants for the second floor. Children's Medical is taking the second floor top of UT Southwestern. So we're doing a lot of healthcare here, grocery, residential, and office. So this gives you a perspective. This is what the mall looked like in 2016 when we first got started. This is an image of what it sort of looks like today. You can see where the streets are starting to come in. We're under construction with the West Wing. You can see where sort of the parking lots are coming in.
Terrence, you did selectively demolish a little bit of it, right?
Yeah, we did. We demolished about 100,000 square feet of the West Wing, and the West Wing is right here by the multifamily. And we still have another 50 to 70,000 square feet that we're going to demolish and create this little promenade inside the mall. This is a view looking back north. This is in 2016. This is what it looks like January of this year, so you can see where the Parkland and Workforce Solutions building is located. This gives another perspective of it. This is looking back to the west. This is the UT Southwestern building that's under construction. This is what the Dillards looked like when we first started construction of it. This is what it looks like today. So we totally just reskin all the exterior facade, make it look more modern. This is the UT Southwestern look. This is how their building is going to look here. This is the image of the Starbucks, the first building that we opened. Frost Bank building here. This is the Foot Locker building that's on the lawn. This is the Dallas Entrepreneur Center that we opened. That was one of the things that the community asked for, was a space where entrepreneurs can gather and be educated and informed. And so we basically gave this space for free to the deck, and they opened an entrepreneur center here. Mark Chime, Mark Wilson, he's the CEO of Chime. I'm going to go back to the site plan to see if I can answer any additional questions. You know, one of the major impediments to the redevelopment for many years, as Kevin mentioned, one was this assemblage of the many different parcels, which are always challenging and complicated. The second is access. And so although the mall was very visible from two major interstates, people couldn't get to it. So a part of the TxDOT project, which is the Southern Gateway, they added new exits both to I-20 and Highway 67, which drastically enhanced the opportunity for people to get in and out. The other thing I would say is, because of this mall and the location, we had a very complicated capital stack, as you can imagine. So we have over 10 loans with different banks here. This is a $200 million redevelopment for the city. And we struggled to get a loan for the Starbucks. We had a national credit tenant to sign a lease, ready to go, and we couldn't find a bank until Texas Capital Bank stepped up to finance it. And I think that people felt like it was risky because of the area. And so, you know, those are some of the things that you have to do. You have to push on different levels to change the narrative and create, you know, a mixed-use development that could be successful. Are there any other questions I can answer? Or?
I have a comment. I really appreciate the perspective, because I kind of feel like we've seen two ends of the spectrum where there's like a complete tear down and completely redo it. And then this is more of a, what I would call a retrofitting, you know, working with some of the stuff that's already there and repurposing it, but also bringing in some pieces that are new as well, and how this is just as successful for the area that it's in as that is. And so it's helping me to kind of get my brain wrapped around what is possible for us, because I feel like we're probably going to be somewhere in between the two. And so it helps me a lot to see this and just kind of set my expectations that, you know, this is success, and it looks good, and that it really is dependent on the place. And so I'm really excited to talk about ours and what that's going to look like.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're about to get started on a mall in Houston, and what we decided to do there is keep all the anchors and demolish the entire inline mall, and we're creating this huge park there, and then we connect the bigger buildings. So there's a number of different ways you can approach it. I think the biggest thing is you have to be, mindful and sensitive to the community. You don't want to feel like you just dump something on them that doesn't feel like it fits into the sort of the fabric of the neighborhood. And so we're super mindful of that. And I think that's really important, especially if your community has been around. The mall is like beloved, and, you know, people have, you know, fun memories of going there. It's just having that sort of sensitivity to it. Any other questions I can answer? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you giving us the time. Folks, we're gonna just do a quick 10-minute break here, so we'll reconvene at 2:36, if that's okay. We've gone a little bit over my normal 90-minute window that I like to keep, so we can take a quick bio break and everybody can stretch a little. Matt? We're going to come back into session. It is 2:36, and I think next up we have Mr. Paris Rutherford to talk about the pre-planning analysis.
Yes, so Paris is going to be up to talk to you about pre-planning. This contract will be coming forward to you on the March 21st agenda for your consideration. So this will give you just a little peek into what we're going to be asking Paris to do.
Good to see you again.
Welcome back.
Good to be here. Good to be back. So those are interesting presentations. I can tell you that I personally have worked on a number of mall redevelopments around the country and outside of the country in the course of my career. It's probably one of the hardest, if not the most difficult, real estate initiatives that anybody can move into. What's intriguing here is y'all didn't cause anything, right? So you're having to come in to help be a part of the fix. And because you don't own anything necessarily, that makes it difficult. So I think some of those comments were important to realize that. But without your guidance and leadership, and without the presence of, for instance, someone that has done this on the development side over and over and over again, very difficult. I think the Valley View discussion was intriguing because the city, you can see, the city has done literally everything possible to incentivize and incent that project to move forward in arguably the best location in the entire southwest of the U.S. And even with that, things haven't happened. So that tells you that when malls as a development type were put together and conceived in the 50s and 60s, and then real estate law was kind of getting going, the modern version of that at that time, the REA, the real estate agreement, basically the private zoning and restrictions for that type of development became extremely powerful. Because when folks went away from Main Street and created an internalized Main Street, that was inherently, called the mall, that was inherently a radical concept. So they had to make sure that everyone was working together. So all the anchors are working together. The way the parking was working is guaranteed to work with a particular anchor and so forth and so on. So if any one of those elements gets violated, the whole thing falls apart, nothing can get done. So I think what we heard from Kevin was spot on. Understanding the REA, the real estate agreement, and what what the issues are in that document is probably the most important thing to start with. You can have the most robust market in the world. You could have $1 billion to come in and incentivize it. It doesn't matter if the REA is unbreakable, nothing will happen. So that's a key. Now, with that said, there are tools, legal tools that you can go through that can open a document like that up if you have the right public purpose. It takes a little more fortitude on your part, but we've been involved in projects where that's happened, even in Texas, where property rights rule everything. So just quickly, we've got a series of slides in here, just some pre-planning thoughts. We actually measured the market, did a programming analysis just to see what the potential is, what the palette is by use based on that location. And we have a couple case studies as well. So the first thing I would just say is, I think we all know this, that the concept of, and what Vista Ridge represents is arguably like at the highest moment of where retail was in the 80s. And pretty much since then, it's declined. The experience, the desire for the experience, the mall was the quintessential type of retail development for, at least for myself, for my parents' generation, but not for my generation, and I'm 54. So I may have grown up going to malls and such, but my taste today, I'm less interested today. My kids want to have nothing to do with the mall. It's just completely against their concept, unless it's an anomaly, like North Park. And we can talk about, why North Park is successful, but even a place like the Galleria, they're reinventing that. They're going to be tearing down portions of that. I mean, that for me is almost impossible to imagine, given the fortress that is the Galleria. So the state of retail, with the advancement of online shopping and societal preferences, retail is changing. Now, with that said, it's not dead. There were just as many stores that opened last year as there were stores that closed. So retail is not dead. it's still a viable use. It's just, it's got to be the right kind of use in the right kind of format. But I can tell you, if you own a power center and it's a transactional experience, it's purely functional, and you're going to get toilet paper, I don't want to own that building. That's not a tenant that I want to have in a building that I own, because that kind of shopping is changing. But if I own an area that is experience-based, it provides more activities going on, similar to some of the things we were talking about in Old Town, and there are a lot of different experiences that are going on there, and it's kind of shoppertainment, okay, I feel better about it, especially if it's anchored by a lot of restaurants. So these days, and by the way, no one is planning new malls these days. That's not happening. But if there is, no one's really even planning anything over a couple 100,000 feet. It's extremely rare. And if they are, 40 to 50% of that mix is restaurants. So traditional retail programming of a 1 million square foot regional shopping center, that's done. That's never happening again that we know of. And certainly anything that I read, anything that I see proves that up. Not even in other countries do you see that much of that going on. I will say the bottom line there is important. So Amazon has been amazing, going from an online bookstore to an everything store that can get something to you, at least in DFW, within 2 hours of ordering it is unbelievable. I mean, it's so liberating in some ways, but it's so limiting in others in terms of shopping. So I think the goal here in having arguably one of the better locations in all of DFW is how to deliver something at the end, at least for retail. That portion of it is something you can't get on Amazon. It's un-Amazonable, if that makes sense. That's the goal here. That's a simple goal, but we shouldn't be competing with Amazon. We never will win. This won't happen. So I'm going to talk a little bit about programming, some case studies, and then a process that hopefully we'll be able to go through together. So, you know, we know that the mall has a great marketplace physically that it's within. It's within the city of Lewisville. It's in the heart of DFW. DFW has, at least by my measure, probably the most successful real estate market in the world, and has for the last 10 years. That's going to continue, in my opinion. We've got 4 million people coming here. We're right in the middle of that. And everyone's clamoring for infill sites. Not only that, you know, if you look out on the edge, the governor has said in recent times that we're not going to be building any more highways. I don't know if that's political talk. I don't know. But for a state that used to even have a magazine about its highways, that's a remarkable statement. I take that as we're not going to be spending as much public money on infrastructure, on huge projects. So the reason why that's important is it's all done here. We have all the infrastructure. We have regional infrastructure. Those billions of dollars of investment are on the ground. That makes this site even more valuable, in my opinion, because we're not out on the way to Oklahoma where you need to build a highway to access it to create a regional intersection. We have that already. So that's why I believe that the community is well positioned for something new. These are teeny tiny, so I don't know if you have it on your screens, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but I can tell you that we did a quick comparison of market comparables for other regional shopping centers in DFW. And we looked at the land value and the building value, the assessed values, just with what's online today. And what's notable, and actually is an opportunity, is that it's the lowest. It's the lowest value of all of its regional competitors. Lowest in land, lowest in improvement. So some people may think that's a negative statement. I can tell you from an investment standpoint, that's very, very good. Because I worked on Prestonwood Mall that Kevin talked about back in the day. You should have seen the plans. They were phenomenal. That didn't work because of 2 reasons. The REA, 3 reasons. The owner, but most importantly, the owner had made bad decisions over 20 years that had increased the basis of the land to such a high level that redevelopment was impossible. And they weren't the type to go talk to a city to try and form some kind of a partnership to bring that down to a point where it was doable, like Kevin's examples. So what got done was low-hanging fruit, the only thing that could have gotten done at that time, which is a power center and a Walmart. And everyone is disappointed about that, but that's just economics in that case. So this is different. There's a low basis here. That means that a lot is possible. And that basis in there of that don't have my glasses on, but, you know, $10 to $12 a foot on the building, and, you know, $6 a foot on, whoops, I don't know what I did. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I was rapid fire. Here, I'm going back. We're good. Okay. Yeah, so on the value per square foot to the land of $6.50, you know, per the appraisal district value currently, and $10.27, so that combines to be, you know, under $20 a foot. We can't buy land in urban DFW that is located like this for under $20 a foot today. Now, does that mean that land in here could be a symbol for that amount? No, this is just assessed property value. But you want to start out at knowing that the basis theoretically is low. That's a good place to be in. So the good parts about this area is the location, the huge amount of investment that's come in already. There's already restaurants and housing and other things that are in the zone, so it's mature. It doesn't have the stigma that Redbird has, you know, that Terrence talked about earlier. And you've got folks that have seen that opportunity and come in and bought portions of the mall to do redevelopment. That's a very good thing. As I said before, if you have someone if you don't have anyone in place as the implementing agent, you're in a bad spot, because that's not what y'all do. That's not what a city should be doing. You're not a developer. But the strength of your implementing agents is everything.